Hey guys, super late live tonight. Needed to get some last minute work done on a video, which I am literally just now uploading to YouTube. This is a first for me. I'm live, but at the same time, I'm going to be uploading a video to YouTube. I'm just going to upload it and not live premiere it. I think that'll be okay because I'm pretty sure if someone uploads a video, even if it's not a premiere, if it's just an upload, I think notifications go out anyway to people who have your notifications turned on. I hope. I just want to get this thing out. I've been working really hard to unpack an incredible penultimate episode of the Handmaid's Tale series, and it was a long video just on this one particular plot line. So I just now finished it. I just finished editing it. I just made a thumbnail literally just now, and I don't want to wait till morning because time is of the essence. The finale is Monday at midnight. So I want this thing out. I don't want to wait till the live is over. So I'm thinking I'm just going to upload it and hopefully notifications still go out to people. Um you can let me know. Let me know. Do me a favor and I'm gonna upload it during the live. And any of you, if you have your notifications turned on, like Dieter, let me know if you get a notification. And if you don't, then I'll have to take it down and live premiere it in the morning. So anyway, that being said, welcome. It is FROMacademy Friday night. Um, and Doc will be joining us momentarily, I'm sure. Whenever you're ready, Doc. No rush at all. I'm gonna say hi to the folks in the chat here. Um, I got I got to finally catch a Tony Teflon live for the first time in a while. He happened to be doing one when I needed to do my walk anyway, so it was great. It distracted me from my very unpleasant walk. My walks are never pleasant, but I've got to do them anyway for my pain management. And I wasn't focused on the walk at all. It was great, for the most part. I mean, distracted me as much as possible, and it was fun. Tony and Phil had a really fun live on the best spin-offs of all time, and I was impressed actually to see a lot of people agreed with me that Frasier is top tier, S tier, the best of the best. But in the end, Better Call Saul won the poll over Frasier. Frasier was number two, but I've never seen Better Call Saul, so I can't really comment. I have to see Breaking Bad first. I've never even seen that, so I've been told it's amazing. I don't like the premise of Breaking Bad. That's why I never gave it a chance. It sounds horrible, but I've heard great things about it, so I'll give it a chance. Sonic over in Tony's chat, Sonic gave me a one episode challenge to watch the first episode of Breaking Bad, and I said, "All right, I'll do that." I love Bryan Cranston. Absolutely love him. I loved him on Malcolm in the Middle. I love him on anything I've seen him in, but I didn't like the premise of a man who's dying, it's just so depressing sounding. A man who's dying and then in order to provide for his family once he's gone, he starts cooking meth. If I'm not mistaken, like that's the premise. It sounds awful, but I'll give it a chance. I know a lot of people love it. So yeah, I'll give it a shot. And anyway, I had an interesting night, I had a last minute errand to do. I had to rush out, um, and I just barely made it to the store before it closed to do this really important errand. Finally got it done, something I had been needing to do and putting off for too long. And then, on my way back home, I ran out of gas. That was fun. Oh my God, that was scary as hell. Oh, Doc is here. Hi, Doc.
Greetings, dear denizens of planet Dirt. It is I, your future alien overlord, Doc Kaiju. How's everyone doing?
Um, Greetings, Doc. I'm doing all right. I mean, I had a really close call running out of gas. I've been known for putting
Oh
off,
no.
like I've all put off getting gas and run on fumes. Um, I've done this forever, and it was bound to catch up to me eventually. I get overconfident with it because I think, well, I've done this before. I've always had Toyota Corollas, and in my old previous Toyota Corollas, I could easily keep going when the little whatever the hell it's called, when the needle is pointing at the E, right at the E, I could still make it, but this particular one, I can't. This is the second time I've run out of gas. The first time I was actually in a parking lot, so that was fortunate for me, and that was a couple months ago. And now it happened when I was driving, which was a whole lot scarier. Fortunately, there was a gas station right in front of me. If I could have just gotten a little bit more out of the last remaining fumes, I could have made it into the parking lot, but it was on an incline rather than a decline, so I couldn't just glide my way into the parking lot, and I didn't have enough fumes to get up this slight incline. So the gas station was right there, almost made it, and I almost got stopped right in the middle of the road, but I managed to at least get to the side of the road, unfortunately in the oncoming lane, but to the side of the road. I put my hazard lights on.
Jesus.
I w- I w- I went into the gas station. Sorry, Scarlett, did you say something? Hi, Scarlett.
I've never run out of gas in my life. I always keep it. I don't go that low. It's never
Yeah,
happened to me.
I've done this forever. It had to catch up to me eventually. Um,
Why?
It happened to me
I-
once.
because I with Toyota Corollas, I get overconfident because I have had nothing but Toyota Corollas, and with all my previous ones, you could keep on going even when the needle is still at E, but this one is different. This one I can't predict, so I can't take those chances with this one apparently. Um, I, I don't know why. It's just I'm a procrastinator with everything, so of course I'm a procrastinator with getting gas too. It's a sickness,
You're a
but
risk taker.
I'm a risk taker. Yeah.
Yeah. You're a thrill seeker.
Yeah, I guess
The thrill of almost
it's
going into oncoming traffic.
yeah. It was bad. Luckily, it wasn't a busy street. It was nighttime. There weren't a lot of cars going by, and I managed to pull the car to the side of the oncoming traffic lane
Mm.
so people could see me and go around me. I put my hazards on, flashing, went into the gas station, and I said, do you have anything that I could put gas in so I could put it in my car? Because I mean, my car was only like maybe 20 feet away from a gas pump, but it was too
Per-
far, it was
Perhaps
so
a paper
close.
cup. Perhaps a coffee cup.
That's exactly what they did. They
Really?
gave me, yes, they gave me it was a big plastic cup for drinks, and I charged me I paid her like $2, and she even I said I don't know how I'm going to get this into the tank though, and she even had a little funnel. She gave me a little
Oh,
paper
that's cool.
funnel.
Yeah, I was wondering myself how that was going to happen.
Yeah, I didn't know how I was going to do it, but she happened to have paper funnels, I guess, from the coffee station they have. I don't
Yeah.
know what it's
Okay.
for,
Mm-hmm.
coffee
Yeah.
maybe. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
so I went out there, I filled the cup up with gas, and I never knew gas was so yellow. It looked like a cup full of urine. It was very yellow. Um,
Sounds so
um,
dangerous.
Also dangerous. I was very
Dangerous.
careful. I was very much
Do,
cognizant of the
do
fact that
I need to send you one of those gas those things for gas so you can put your trunk and then you can go get gas with those?
yeah, I think so. Yeah, like a gas tank, like one of those
Like one of those red containers with the
canister,
nozzle,
like a canister. That's what I was
the
hoping they might
canister.
have in there.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
hoping they'd
you would
have,
think. You would think so, because I would think that gas station would have one.
yeah, but she said they don't.
Huh.
So, yeah. But so, I was very cognizant of the fact that I was carrying a cup filled very high because I wanted to get all my money's worth, a cup full of flammable liquid,
Mm-hmm.
very flammable.
Yeah.
And I brought it over to my car. I managed to funnel the entire thing into the tank, and it gave me enough gas to get up into the parking lot. I went in and filled it up with all the money I had in my wallet because I forgot my credit card, but I had enough money in my wallet at least. I had like $24. So yeah, that was really scary. Oh my God, that could have been a whole lot worse. I mean, the worst thing that would have happened was, I mean, I would have called AAA. I do have AAA,
Well, that's
and they
good
would
that
have,
you have AAA. I think all single ladies should get AAA when you're
yeah,
traveling. Because I
All
have
the
to
yeah,
single
travel.
ladies.
All the single ladies. Well, I had to go to steampunk cons by myself sometimes, and like AAA really helped out with that. You know, if you get a flat or you have some car difficulties, they'll even, you know, if you have to stay in a hotel room an extra night.
right,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, AAA is it's a lifesaver. They've saved me many times, and but that would have been a huge inconvenience and a source of physical pain if I had to sit there in my car waiting for AAA, and I would have had to. I mean, who knows if I would have even made it here in time? Like AAA can have long wait times in time for this live. It would have been so embarrassing too, like broken down right next to the gas station, AAA showing up to save me. Oh God.
You gotta stop being a high roller. You gotta keep about
Yeah,
a fourth of your tank full.
I'll never cut it that close again. Now I know, okay, don't wait till it's literally pointing at the E. I can let it go till the line, the last line above the E, but not the E.
Don't
You
let
know,
it go. Put a fourth of the tank in. Always keep it at a fourth tank.
I just can't do that. I just
Do
can't do
it.
it.
Has
It's
Because
better. It's better for your car. It helps your car. You know, you can get damage from going that low all the time, if you know what I mean.
really?
Yeah.
Oh. The
have the
problem I have with the problem I have with that is basically, you're literally never using all the gas that you're putting in it. So you're always paying more money for gas that you're not using if you do that. I like to use everything that I paid for and then get more gas. I know that
And
sounds
then
silly,
damage your engine and then have to pay bills to fix it.
but
Cool. I guess it's tomato.
I have
have the people.
Corollas are amazing though. They are beasts. They can handle a lot of abuse. I almost never even check my oil. Sorry, Doc. Go ahead.
Have the people of Planet Dirt considered putting the number for AAA in new editions of the Bible? It seems to answer many prayers.
Ah, yes. Yeah, we
Well, I mean,
should.
those coupons, restaurants and stuff help out too, and they have a great magazine.
Yeah.
Some inspiration. I should write to the new Pope.
Oh, okay. Yours or
Yeah.
theirs?
Yours. We don't have a Pope.
Oh, okay. Okay.
We have the controller, and then we have the AI, and then there's Void Ghidorah.
Yeah. Oh, living on the edge stuff is reminding me of Yellow Jackets and Natalie. But
Yeah.
Julie is living on the edge. Yeah, I can't. I can't do it. I love the cars that I've owned too much.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know that actually. I know very little, shockingly little about cars. I didn't know that it can damage the engine. I've been
Yeah.
driving for a long time and I'm just hearing that now.
Yeah. I had a
Yeah.
little Saber. I love a little sedan. It's like a good ride. It's got some fake wood on the dash.
Oh, nice.
It's a good cruiser.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that was
I'm glad you're okay. I mean, I joke, but I'm glad you're
Right?
okay.
That sounds terrifying.
it was terrifying. Thank you. Yes, it was terrifying. Um, yeah, so and you know the worst part of it is like I had literally just driven by two gas stations right before I ran out of gas. I was in an area with
Oh
three
no.
gas stations not far from each other, and I was like, nope, I'm gonna be stubborn. I don't have time for this. I have shit to do. I have a video to finish. I'm gonna chance it. And I drove right past two gas stations about less than a minute before I ran out of gas. It's ridiculous, but it ended okay. It all worked out in the end.
And at
So
least you didn't stream and drive.
at least I did stream and drive. Yes. Uh, and
You might have been doing that on her phone if AAA came.
yeah, I think I would have been. I would have been streaming from the
Yeah.
phone. And let's say hi to the folks who are here. Muncher says, "Don't tell me it's postponed one day again. I need it."
Hey, Muncher Luncher. I don't know if it was you or Bill Chill in the chat. The last time we had a Yellow Jackets one, but last night we had a Yellow Jackets that was 4 hours long. Oh, you were at the one on Monday, but it was 4 hours long because you were saying
Yeah.
that our time should be longer, like when we're talking, and it was 4 hours.
Mm,
So you need to listen to it because it's 4 hours long.
yeah,
The one in
that's
Sci-Fi Vision
impressive.
last night where we did tier grading and we had 5 people on the panel. 4 hours.
I
Nice.
can't believe Jamie made it that long.
Yeah, she looked like she was starting to fade. I thought she was going to turn her camera on. Right around
Yeah.
when Doug started talking about his drag queen persona.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Oh,
had a
really?
little segue. Yeah, we had a little segue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like fun. This tier thing seems to be a trend right now. Like, you guys did it. Tony just did his tier thing. I guess this is a hot thing at the moment.
Yeah, I thought about doing one a couple of weeks ago with Yellow Jackets because we just needed a filler because we were going to do final anniversary for 3 Thursdays because it was 6 episodes long and have a watch party. But then Jamie's computer went down and we only had 2 days, and she didn't want to do like cram 3 episodes of a series down in a watch party. So I was like,
Yeah, it's a
let's do
lot.
Yellow Jackets. We'll do symbolism and then we'll do ranking because I keep seeing these tier videos of ranking and they seem fun, and put fun little Yellow Jackets categories instead of numbers. And I mean, you can vote on it. Anybody here can go and click on the link of Sci-Fi Vision and put your votes in. You know, if you've seen Yellow Jackets, because I was going to recommend it to you, Julie, but I know you haven't watched it. But I want to see how that live goes because it's good for a week.
Oh, okay.
Because we did a tier, but then there's also a side tier for the chat, and other people can hit on it and vote.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
We should do something like that. It sounds like
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, we kind of did a virgin run, so it was kind of weird. It had ads, and we were afraid we are going to get blocked because Jamie, I didn't know you had to pay for a tier maker, and if you don't, there's ads, and we couldn't. And she didn't have enough time to crop it, so there was some like Window World ads and stuff. I thought, ooh, Window World's going to block us. You know, they're going to talk to YouTube, but I don't think anything happened.
Okay.
I don't know
Well,
how much it is. I don't know how much it is to, you know, buy a tier
right,
maker.
right.
But I noticed that Phil just had it big on the screen. We kind of had the chat people buy it and then it in the middle, like we do photos when we do recaps and stuff. And that was in the middle, and it was a little small, but I'd rather have it that way so you could see everybody instead of, you know, just in the screen full. But it'd probably been better with
Yeah.
pictures that we had on the screen full.
Yeah.
Oh well, you know, live and learn.
Yeah.
Glad you had fun,
Well,
Lori. I mean, we all got along really good. That panel was sweet. Like everybody let everybody talk, and we all like shared stories, and everybody could be heard, and it's cool.
oh, that sounds like fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
fun. Sea View Circle, they're super fun, and they're kind of like DJs on the side, like in LA, and like I want to talk to Doug because we all have the same kind of musical interests, and that's pretty cool. They went to a couple of the Yellow Jackets like previews, like when they had the final and they had like an event. They got to go there because one of them has a SAG card.
Oh, okay.
So they got to meet like one of the showrunners and everything. You know, it's really cool. I kind of miss
Yeah.
living in California because of that. Because I mean, those kind of things come up, and a lot of those events sometimes have free tickets. Like I saw David Lynch talk, and it was a free ticket. There was just like it was an event. He was talking about transcendental meditation. All the tickets were free, but you had to jump on it and get one of the free tickets, or like they would be all gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there's a lot of things like that in California. I kind of miss that being in Michigan.
Yeah. Um, Well, let's see who else is here. Hey, Dieter. I'm doing better now. I woke up with I my pain is my pain is more managed over the last day than it had been for a while, so that's good. Although I slept in my chair and that kind of screwed things up a bit, but that's all right. I'll be getting on the treadmill during this live for sure. Um, let's see, scrolling through. I see Amy is here. Hi, Amy. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hey, JT Moore. Nice to see you. What, what was all this? Dancing and party emojis. That's a lot. That's a party theater. Let's see. I'm scrolling through here. You guys were chatting a lot beforehand. Bill Chill, hey, nice to see you. Hey, Bishop Queen Scarlet, he says. Uh, hey, SL Rhodes, what's up? Hey, Zaptin Kaboom. Samuel. Hey there. Yeah, Samuel is at Tony's live too. Yeah. I've got to see. I can't watch Better Call Saul until I actually watch Breaking Bad, but I keep hearing Better Call Saul is amazing. Um, thank you, Ronnie. I really appreciate it, and yeah, he said I'm also in pain management. It's a hard road, and I sympathize with you. Thank you, and I'm sorry that you're dealing with that too. I'm always shocked by just how many people uh, are also experiencing chronic pain when I bring it up. Like so many people, it's ridiculous. All different kinds, many kinds of chronic pain, all different, and many pain conditions that doctors don't understand and don't know how to treat properly. And it's really a travesty that needs to be dealt with. We need more research into chronic pain conditions. And the problem is we have a for-profit healthcare system with it does not incentivize cures for things and finding the root cause like holistic medicine, finding the root cause of problems. No, the profit incentive is to slap a band-aid on things and not to cure them or fix them. And that's the problem that we have here. So yeah, I'm sorry that you have to deal with that too, and I hope you find ways to manage your pain. Mine is extremely difficult to manage, I'll tell you that. Fuel pump and fuel filter damage. Yeah. I definitely learned some stuff tonight. Panda, it's pretty old. I think it's a 2005 Corolla, but these things can go forever. Corollas are amazing. I've never had anything but Corollas. The mileage is over 100,000. No, I think it might even be up to 200,000 now. I forget, but you can take those things up to 300,000 miles. They're amazing. And you can abuse them and they're still fine. I rarely even check the oil like I'm supposed to. And then I take it for an oil change way later than I should. And they're like, this is actually fine. This is clean. Corollas are the best as far as I'm concerned. Um, yes, I'm not an adrenaline junkie though, Amy. I'm just a procrastinator and I'm absent-minded, so I don't realize the risk I'm taking. My mind is thinking about other things while I'm procrastinating and not getting gas and that kind of thing. I was thinking, I gotta get home and get my video done. That's what I was thinking, and then do this live. Please hit the like button. Yes, please hit the like button. Helps people find the stream. Really would appreciate that. Hey, Real Cinema Therapy. Yes, I was very lucky. I was right near a gas station. I was extremely lucky. Um, yeah, I need to glue the credit cards on my arm. Yeah, Dieter, seriously. Um, let's see. Julie is a rebel living on the edge. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Um, AAA helped me move. This car has no engine. It just fell out. Oh, jeez. AAA is a lifesaver. Seriously. Uh-uh. Just use your feet, the Flintstones car. If only. Jeez. I realize that now, Samuel. I won't do that anymore. I won't keep running it down to empty. But I've had really good luck with Corollas before, I'll tell you that. Driving on a low tank can burn out your fuel pump. Well, good to know, Zapton. Yeah, good to know. Panda. Okay, cools the fuel pump. It's just a few minutes to stop at a gas station. When you need assistance, it takes longer. Yeah, I know. It's not. I'm not being rational. I'm thinking I don't want to take those few minutes to do that. And watching the freaking pump slowly crawl up to the amount that I paid for. Oh my God, it feels like an eternity. I hate that. And standing is extremely painful for me, so that makes it even worse. Anyway, um, fuel pump damage, debris buildup, engine problems, reduced fuel efficiency. Oh, good to know, Samuel. Thank you for that info. 4 hours, that's amateur type shit for us over here. They don't dive like us. That's funny. Um, Speaking of they don't dive like us, I have to actually play that. I forgot. That's gonna be the
I was
intro
wondering
for
about
the
that.
Yeah, I forgot. Um, that damn song is so catchy. It's been stuck in my head all the time now. That is
It
a
really
catchy
is.
tune,
I've had it in my head
right?
too.
Yeah,
And that
seriously.
video was amazing. I need to like learn how to video edit like that and stuff. That's just wild.
Oh my God, Grant is so amazingly talented with AI. Wow.
He really
That was
is.
amazing.
I'm just like awed by his like skill in that. Like that takes real skill.
Seriously. Unbelievable. Yeah. Um uh it's so realistic. And he was really kind to do that for me. It was a big pick me up on when I really needed it too. So yeah, I just really appreciate him. He's a good friend. He's an awesome guy. Um I am obsessed with that video. I can't get enough of it. Um, Bill Chill, yeah, we could do a monster tier, Severance a thruple tier, and The Last of Us murder tier. Yeah. We could do a tier ranking on unanswered questions on From mysteries. Yeah, there's all kinds of things we could do with that. Um, yeah,
And
definitely subscribe to Phil. What talk?
are one of you going to post that video, like just as a video,
What video? Oh, uh,
the
uh,
Dive Like
oh,
Us video?
oh, that didn't even occur to me to just upload it to my channel. Yes.
We want
Yeah.
to do a premiere for that because that's a fun video.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I didn't even think of that. I'll upload it. I'll upload it to my channel. Totally. Yeah. Well, and of course with all credit to Grant for making it. That's amazing. Yeah. That's a great idea. And yeah, Amy, subscribe. Yeah, subscribe to Phil the Issues Guy's channel. He's so funny and entertaining and so kind. I just love Phil so much. Phil is the best. Phil has been doing lives on The Last of Us as well and killing it. So yeah, shout out to Phil and Tony. Another great live tonight and got me through my walk. So once again, distracted me from the pain and got me through my walk. And I was still somehow chatting too, like chatting in the middle of it on my phone, which I'm so bad at. My autocorrect is terrible on my phone. Oh, background. Yeah, Dieter. Did you send it to me again? Because I can't remember where where I downloaded the From Academy background. Wait a minute. Did I upload it? I might have already and just forgot that I did. Is this it? Is
Yep,
this the From Academy one?
I think so.
Yes, it is. I got it. I have it. I did upload it. I just forgot. I think there are two. Which one is better? This one, this one. Well, they're both awesome. I would say
They're both good.
maybe this because it shows
That
more
one's
of us.
creepier. Yeah,
Yeah, we'll go with this one. Um, it
and
can be both an outro or an intro, huh?
I feel like the roots aren't as crazy in that one too.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. So, yeah, I'll go with that. So yeah, it could be both an intro and an outro. Um, sorry about that, Amy. That sucks. Arthritis it's really painful. I've heard for sure. Yeah, sorry you have to deal with that. He's still the sage. I feel you. I'm like 2,000 years old. Ugh. I feel like I'm ancient myself, and I'm not, but I feel like I am. Like I'm about 100 based on the pain that I'm in. Honestly, I know a lot of really old people who feel better than me, to be honest. They're more functional than me. Like, I mean, I've seen 80 something year olds who are more functional than me. Thank you, Amy. You know, I push through it. I have no choice. People ask me, like, I just talked to my pain management doctor on the phone yesterday, and I told her that I do 3 walks a day, and each one is an hour and 5 minutes to an hour and 15 minutes. And I can't walk fast, but I am walking for that amount of time. And she was shocked that I do it. I told her, I don't have a choice. If I don't push through the pain and do it, then I suffer even more unbearable pain. So it's a matter of choosing between, you know, significant pain, significant or unbearable. It's unbearable if I don't do it. So I don't have a choice. I can't. I can't just lay down and give up. I have to push through it. So I keep doing it. Hi, Miss J. Nice to see you. Um, yeah, Dieter designed this with AI. It's beautiful. He made that with AI, and it's absolutely awesome. He made so many awesome um images for me and for Doc, which is so sweet of him.
I
He
love
keeps
it.
doing it. It's right. It's amazing.
I've been keeping and posting an album. Well, I'm posting to an album on Facebook. I've been keeping like all the images that he makes.
Yes. I need to be more organized because
Love
I
ones for
love
me
all these
anyway.
images. I love all these images he makes, but I am so disorganized that like I'll forget which device I downloaded them on. They're not all in one place. I'm a mess. I gotta get organized. So, you young whippersnappers prevent inflammation in your bodies. Feel chill. Um, Yeah, you made some Dieter that do look almost real, like photos. It's crazy. It's really amazing. And you just figured this out recently. You only just recently started doing this stuff. So we really appreciate it. So I got the video queued up. I'll get it going and then we can get started diving into our From Academy topic for the night. I'm gonna share my screen. I think it should I'm on my laptop, so hopefully it won't lag this time like it did last time. Lagging is lagging just takes away from how awesome this thing is. I want to see it in full quality. Hey, Gabrielle, nice to see you. We're doing a very late night live. I mean, we're always doing late night lives, but we started super late too. So, okay. So this is the new intro for the channel designed by Mr. Grant Gregory AI. Thank you so much to Grant for doing this. And let's gotta make sure the volume is on. Okay. Let me know if you can't hear it, but you should be able to. Here we go. If it will load. It's buffering. Hey, come on. It worked last time. I have a bunch of tabs open. Ah, why is it buffering? What the hell? Hold on. Close a bunch of tabs. I also can just play the downloaded version. I have it downloaded. Wait a minute. I think I have it already downloaded. An error. Wait, does that say an error occurred? Yeah, hold on. Hold on. I have it downloaded, so yeah, there we go. I think this will work better.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby. Yeah, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us depths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Finning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rectus caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone into pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Amazing. Amazing, Grant. That was so cool. I just love it so much. I'm obsessed with it. I have to figure out how to remove it now. Wait a minute. Now how do I? Oh, I think there we go. Yeah, the spreadsheet is the funniest part, right? The lyrics are so hilarious. Oh my God. I love the lyrics. I love how they're so clever, and I just love it, uh, like it fits so well with the show, and the way that we dissect the hell out of every bit of it. And I just I don't know, I just think it's perfect. It's amazing. So thank you, Grant, again for that, and subscribe to Mr. Grant Gregory AI's channel. Dieter dropped the link right there. I'll also link his channel in the comment section of the live if you're listening later on the replay. I'll put a link actually in the description of the video and in the comment section to Grant's channel. Check his channel out. He is like a master of AI. It's incredible. And he's amazing, and truly appreciate that he made that for me. Um, all on his own. I knew nothing about what was going in it. That was all him. I didn't even say anything. He just whipped that thing up practically overnight. Incredible. Hey there, Doug. Doug Hughes in the chat. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. I've had a crazy mess of a day, so I think I actually have a DM. I have a message from Doug I didn't get to. Sorry, Doug. It's been crazy. I was telling everybody else earlier how I was rushing around to do an errand, and then I ran out of gas, and it was an interesting time. But and then I just barely finished making a video by the time this live started. So anyway, hope Doug is doing well, and he said you rang. Um, mm, hashtag Julie was right, reincarnation. I did call the reincarnation in season 3. I did. Um, by the end of episode 3 is when I said reincarnation in my video, but um, so yeah, it's fun to get some things right. I get plenty wrong. I get way more wrong than I get right, like everybody else. Like it's just fun to make theories. I don't, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I still enjoy the process regardless. Anyway, uh, Teeter filmed that bit. It wasn't even AI. It looks like it. It sure looks like Dieter, like in real life. That looks exactly like a photo or a video, rather, of Dieter. Amazing. That was nuts. And that looked really like me too. That part with me in there. That's like the way I wear my makeup. Like that was crazy. That was crazy. Who was the guy in the barn with the clown hair to the left? I don't know. I didn't see that. I'd have to look at that again. I don't know. That part at the end where it's like Jade and the man in yellow combined. I wasn't expecting that. That was cool. The very end. That was neat. Appreciate you, Grant. Jeez, you're awesome. You've been a good friend to me, to the channel, and love when you were able to join us and making that video for me was very sweet. Truly appreciate it. Doug, well, you know how it works. You play the right song and the man in yellow shows up. Indeed. We summoned the man in yellow. That's it. Yes. That was a hell of a song. Yes. That was a hell of a song that Grant sure can play. 'Cause he made the thing. Yes. Indeed. So, so, we're gonna get into more mystery solving techniques tonight. We've done this
Yep.
for, let's see, how many? We've done this for
It's
2
gonna
weeks,
be
or was it 3? I forget, Doc.
3. I think this is gonna be week 4.
Week 4. That that's how much there is to talk about on this. Like the amazing amount of research that you did, Doc, on how to unravel mysteries in a systematic way, different techniques and pitfalls to avoid, and it's lent itself to. I mean, the reason that this has gone so long is because it's lent itself to so many really fun and interesting discussions of the mysteries on From and theories about it. Yeah, so I'm happy to continue it again for another week.
Thank you. Yeah, it really has. We've had a lot of great discussions as a result of this. It also fits into the theme with the residents, and I kind of wanted to keep in theme, and I figured when we move over to the monsters, I don't know, maybe we'll cover something more, have something more monster themed to cover by then. Maybe, I don't know. But I figured might as well wrap this up instead of just leaving it like a loose thread.
Yeah, I completely agree. That makes total sense. So, and you sent me a DM a few days ago. This is one of those weird things where I read it, and in my head, I thought I responded to it. I thought I did because I read the
I've been
whole
there.
thing, and I completely agreed with what you said, and I could have sworn I wrote you a DM back, but then I saw I didn't. What did you say? Been there?
Yeah, I've been there. Also, sometimes I will actually write responses, but because my phone is so crappy, it might not send it.
Yep. Sometimes I'll write a response to someone, but then I just forget to hit send, or I literally fall asleep before I can hit send. That's happened a lot too. Um, I I take too long writing DMs sometimes. Like I don't know why. Like I think too much about it, and I'm too anal about making them free of typos and stuff. So sometimes or I'll overthink what I'm going to need to say to somebody, so then I forget to send it, and I don't know. Anyway, but the point is, I completely agree on all that. I'm really interested in the idea of doing the theme week on the monsters and a theme week on creepy towns. So completely on board with all of that, and continuing our mystery solving technique theme for tonight, because we still have more stuff that you prepared that we didn't get to.
Jinkies. Yeah.
What?
I said jinkies.
Oh, yeah.
So
So,
I figure
yeah.
we'll go to closing the case in the Google Drive. And in closing the case, there's bullet points. I figure bullet points are the best way to go. Seemed like that ran the most smoothly. What do you think?
Sounds good to me. Absolutely. I just have to pull up the spreadsheet, and I'll get that, and then
You do have a
I'll share.
spreadsheet for that.
Oh, is there a spreadsheet?
I'm goofing because of a music video spreadsheet.
Oh, yes. Yes. Yes, we do have a spreadsheet for that. Indeed. Yes. Like thanks to you, we have spreadsheets. I never used them before because I'm not organized enough, to be honest. Like, I dissect the hell out of shows, and I have over time now made my notes organized. Um, so I'm able to do things more in a more organized way. But yeah, spreadsheets are not something I typically do, but I want to start. Yeah. I think
I'm not sure if these really count as spreadsheets, but they're
in
something.
that same
Right.
vein, you know.
Yeah.
I'm looking for where is it? Where is it? I think I found the
Do you need
folder
me
with
to?
all of it. Yep, I
Oh,
got it.
okay.
So
Should
closing the
be
case.
closing the case and then bullet points, how to analyze clues.
Cool. I got it.
All right. Oh,
And yes,
sorry. I just
like
sat on the
like
cat. Well, almost.
oh no.
She's okay. Her ego's
Oh,
still hurt.
good.
Now I'm in her spot. All right. So we've uh we've done a lot of gathering of clues and focusing on how to put the clues you know what are good clues and where they may lead us. So anyway, the dog was distracting too. The pets all want attention right now. All right, so number one, organize your clues. This is something that I don't really do a lot of, but it is recommended to do. So we're going to go over it. So create a central clue log. Use a notebook, spreadsheet, or app, such as Notion or Evernote, to record all the clues. Categorize clues by type, such as visual, symbol, such as symbols, objects, colors, recurring black hat, for example. Um, Characters, such as their behaviors, motives, and backstories. Plot, key events, timeline shifts, um, thematic clues, overarching ideas. Audio clues, such as sounds, music, silences. And for each clue, note a description, what you observed, um, the episode and timestamp for easy reference, and initial thoughts on its meaning. A tip is to update your log after each episode to keep your investigation current.
Okay. I see. I have too many tabs open. I can't find what I'm doing here. Okay. Um,
So, yeah, the suggestion is to create a central clue log where you categorize the clues by type, such as visual, character, plot, thematic, and audio clues. And for each clue to note the description, such as what you observed, the episode and timestamp for easy reference, and initial thoughts on its meaning. And it's a, it, sorry, and a tip it gives is to update your clue log or update your log after each episode to keep your investigation current.
mhm. Um, See, this is what I need. See, this is exactly what I need. I have always been an extremely disorganized person. Um, and so I need to learn these kinds of skills to because it just makes life easier for yourself. You know, my notes used to be a complete hot mess when I was taking notes on shows, just all over the place. Now I organize everything by scene. So I'm able to find things more easily, and so I think this is a great idea, something that I want to put into practice as I'm analyzing the show for sure.
When I worked for the hotel company, um, I found that if I create really good spreadsheets, because I was using spreadsheets when I worked for the hotel company. Um, and a lot of them that were kind of like pre-made for me by this woman there, Morena, who was just a whiz at this stuff. Uh, but that if I set everything up right, then it would make the job just almost like run itself.
Yeah, yeah.
Or at least it'd
So
be a lot easier.
definitely whole lot easier. So yeah.
The next part
Um,
it recommends is, oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead. What are we on now? Map patterns?
Map patterns and connections. Do you want to read it or do you want me to read it?
Actually, I gotta run and get some water. I'll be
Okay,
right back.
all right. So I will check the chat. So, how's everyone doing tonight? Hope you're all doing very well. Spreadsheets pause. Oh man. Bill, chill. Naughty, naughty. Oh, Bill, chill saying jade in stone itself is typically of a green hue, but variations of it can range anywhere from pale green or brown to near black. That's true. The color name jade itself can refer to several shades of green. There's also a yellow jade as well. I feel like jade comes in a lot of different colors. I think there's quite a variety actually. I'm wondering if maybe some of it's man-made, and maybe that's why. I don't know if there's man-made jade. Probably. Hello, Bill Jill. Are you getting sleepy, Amy? Yeah, we're starting kind of late. Zoinks. That was Pinky, right? That said Zoinks, or was that one of the Animaniacs? Or both? I mean, that was the same show anyway, right? I think I'm caught up. Maybe. Yep. All right. So I'm caught up in the chat. Miranda hid her kids from Christopher. He's up to something. Yeah, very, very possibly. Getting ready for bed, Doug. Well, I hope you have a great evening. You sleep well. All right. And so while before I get back to our regularly scheduled program, I need you all to write in the chat how well prepared you think your planet is for an extraterrestrial invasion that may or may not involve giant monsters, and any advice you have in, you know, me doing so. All right, now back to the program. All right. Number 2, map patterns and connections. Use visual tools. Create a mind map with a central mystery, such as what is the island, and branch out to related clues. Use a connection chart to link clues across categories, such as visual symbol tied to a character's secret. Look for patterns, repeated elements like numbers, phrases, or actions. For example, the number 7 appearing in key scenes. Anomalies, details that break the pattern or feel out of place, such as a character who never ages. Ask, what repeats? What stands out as unusual? For example, in some shows, connecting recurring numbers to characters' backstories reveals their significance. All right, so suggest map patterns and connections. So to use visual tools such as a mind map or a connection chart, and to look for patterns such as repeated elements or numbers, phrases, or actions, and to look for anomalies, details that break the pattern or feel out of place. Good question is to ask yourself are what repeats and what stands out as unusual. All right, let's see what we got here in the chat. Doug has sweet nightmare dreams. Actually, you know what's funny? I put on Nightmare on Elm Street ambient soundscapes last night on my sleep headband to listen to see if it would affect my dreams. I did have a nightmare, but it didn't involve Freddy Krueger. Yep, yep. Make sure you tuck in the mini man in yellow. Zonks would be Shaggy. Ah, Pinky said Zort, Narf, and Point. Later tonight, we're doing Freddy versus Jason. Nice. So that will be on Discord. Samuel says Jade is sus. Huh, possibly. Seems like Christopher might have been suspicious, so that could check out. Yeah, Doug, I'm pretty sure you're right there. That most of my precious stones come in a rainbow assortment of colors. A lot of times it depends on like other minerals that they're infused with. I think. My God, Amy, you've been wait for a long time. Piltilia planet is very prepared, is full of extraterrestrials. Samuel says, my planet is prepped. Most of us will perish though. Uh-oh. Beetle planet. Yeah. That's because Samuel has the beetle avatar. So Samuel's planet is the beetle planet, according to Dieter. Bill Till says that Jade is always suspicious. He goes from town loser / rogue idiot to town hero and or drunk, then heartthrob. Bill Chill, is he suspicious or are you just jealous? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, Amy, make sure you're getting enough sleep. Don't deprive yourself just to hang out with everyone. We love having you here. Don't punish yourself in the process. Doug says, jadeite? Yeah, jadeite, I think is right. Varies from white or near colorless through various shades of green, including an emerald green termed imperial, to lavender, yellow, orange, brown, and black. Rarely it may be blue. Love some I'm still online, right? Oh shit. Can you hear me again? Type if you can hear me. Oh, that's not good. My internet crapped out. I think I lost connection. Oh, you can hear me. Okay. Sorry, my Wi-Fi went down for like a quick second. I don't know at what point because I was reading from the chat. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, I love Animaniacs. It's been a while since I've seen it. Samuel says, in a past life, Miranda hid her kids from him. Yeah. I don't know exactly at one point in the timeline. I know, like, I don't know when she started hiding them. Like, was it just that one night? I think it might have been, I'm not sure. All right, good night, Doug. Have a great night. Michael, I agree. I loved the animation in the 80s and 90s. But that might just be because, you know, that's when I was growing up, so I'm going to be biased. Samuel says, the devil plays a violin, or was that a fiddle? Michael says, gargoyles, BTAS. I don't remember that one. Darkwing Duck, etc. Yeah, I loved gargoyles, and Darkwing Duck. I have a ton of crystals and gems. A lot of them are like put away now. My ex was a hoarder, and like at one point we were hoarding crystals, and yeah, so we ended up with quite a few of them.
Doc, your ex was a hoarder?
Oh yeah. He would start collecting things, so like crystals. Then at one point it was X-Men action figures, the old ones. Then it kind of expanded from there. One point it was Legos. Um, then it was Amiibos for Nintendo systems. And then it was Nerf guns. And I'm sure I'm forgetting some. Like, but yeah, it was intense. And it took quite a bit of time to get rid of like to get all that stuff back to him because there was just so much of it.
That's crazy. I mean,
Yeah.
I wouldn't call myself a hoarder, but I am a pack rat. It's not bad enough that I would call myself a hoarder, but for my whole life, I've been a pack rat, and I have a huge problem with, accumulating way too much stuff that I never even look at or use or need anymore, but struggling to get rid of it. So I just keep it. I have a storage unit literally jam packed with stuff my whole life. My room is a disaster area too. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed saying goodnight to Doug. I'm sorry I was gone for so long. Um,
It's
my
okay.
mom, my mom called me and was telling me something, and then I realized I hadn't eaten anything, so I started heating up food. So sorry about that. Um,
I only lost Wi-Fi once during it.
Oh no,
I don't
did
know for
you?
how long. I think it was just like really, really briefly.
Oh no. Oh, what were we talking about in the chat here?
Cartoons
Uh,
from the 80s and 90s.
and Precious Stones. How do
And
we get
Precious
into
Stones.
this?
Oh yeah. Doug was explaining the different colors of jade to us. And Samuel was
Oh,
telling
okay.
us how he thinks that Jade is suspicious, the character, and why.
Well, semi-precious stones come in a rainbow assortment of colors, and Samuel said Jade is sus. Interesting. Yeah. Bill Chill said Jade is always sus. He goes from town loser, rogue idiot to town hero and or drunk and then heartthrob. Jadeite varies from white or near colorless through various shades of green. Huh. I did not know that. Did not know that. Um, yeah, and to answer you, Dieter, yes, while I was gone and heating up food, my video finished uploading to YouTube. So I thought, you know what, just to be safe, um, I don't expect people here to go watch it there, obviously, but I thought just to be safe, I'm gonna instant premiere it because if I didn't, I've never uploaded a video without a premiere, and if I didn't do it, I was worried that notifications wouldn't go out to my subscribers. So I instant premiered it. So, but the Handmaid's Tale viewers really don't intersect very much with the people here in in our live chats. Whoever is watching my videos, it's got to be mostly people outside of our live streams because I have been fortunate enough to get some videos over 1K. I even got one video with 2K views. So somebody's watching them. I don't know who. I mean, we've got a handful in the Fromily who watch The Handmaid's Tale, but not a
Says
lot.
there are like three
So
people in there.
yeah. So FYI, if anyone here is a Handmaid's Tale fan, don't go over there now and leave us, but it's there. I uploaded my deep dive into Nick's story arc and demise, culminating in episode 9. So it's a deep dive into the Nick storyline in season 6, episode 9 from this week, and just going over his whole character arc and why I think his demise needed to happen. And the rest of my deep dive into that penultimate episode of the season will come in the next few days. But I had so much to say on this subject that I had to make a separate deep dive. So anyway, back to the subject at hand though. So we're
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
yes. So where were we at?
All right, so we briefly went over, number 2, map patterns and connections, which was to use visual tools such as create a mind map with the central mystery and branch out to related clues, or to use a connection chart to link clues across categories, such as visual symbol tied to a character's secret. Look for patterns, repeated elements like numbers, phrases, or actions, and anomalies, details that break the pattern or feel out of place. Ask what repeats, what stands out as unusual. An example is in some shows, connecting recurring numbers to characters' backstories reveals their significance. So to map patterns and connections, you can use visual tools such as a mind map with the central mystery and branch out to related clues, and to use a connection chart to link clues across categories. And while you're doing that, to look for patterns and anomalies.
Interesting. Yeah. See, this would be really helpful with a show as complex as From. You know, I've never heard of this type of thing. A mind map. Um, I think it would wind up being with From and all the complexities. It would be it would be a crazy clusterfuck. You'd need like like a giant poster board to cover it all, all the different connections branching out. I know there's like software you can use to do things like murder boards and um so you don't literally have to have a board with a bunch of red string anymore. There's technology that's much easier, more efficient. I need to learn how. I gotta find out like what Geek Out of Me uses for his murder board that he does on the computer, because I think that would be really helpful with doing from rewatches and trying to track clues and the evidence as we go.
Hmm.
Oh shit! I just dropped my knife
Uh-oh.
and I got sauce on my chair.
Oh no.
It's at least it's a washable cover. I can just take it off. Okay. Need to stop starving myself during these lives because I haven't even eaten anything yet for dinner. So
Yeah,
eating
starving
more.
yourselves. No bueno.
Yeah. That's what I did on the last one. I didn't eat anything at all, like for I don't know, a 12-hour period, maybe. It's a lot. Probably more. Anyway.
Do I have to go and
Uh,
shut off your internet?
my my mom has sometimes gotten so frustrated with my fact that I'm constantly doing channel work that she's like threatening to shut the internet off sometimes. But she wouldn't actually do that. So,
I've done it to my brother.
what?
I've done it to my brother.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. Blasting his music on the Bluetooth one time. I was trying to sleep. I went and I unplugged the Wi-Fi.
Nice. Um, see you
We're
later,
on.
Jeter.
Oh, bye, Dieter. Have a great day, night,
Day.
day. Yeah, I think it's day for him.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's let's see. 7:47 a.m. over there.
Okay. So he's 6 hours ahead of us.
Yep.
Number
So,
3 is to form multiple hypotheses. It recommends to develop at least 2 theories, brainstorm different explanations for the mystery. For each theory, list supporting clues and note contradictions. Use prompts such as what could this mean for the story? And what clues align or conflict with this idea? One tip is to avoid locking on to one theory too early. Mystery box shows tend to thrive on misdirection.
mm,
So when you're developing a hypothesis, it's good to develop at least 2 theories, I guess, or when you're trying to
mhm,
explain something, um, such as the town is a simulation or the protagonist is in a dream. Each theory lists supporting clues, such as glitches in the simulation, and note contradictions, such as real world physics still apply.
mhm. Right.
Number 4. Oh, go ahead.
Like certain things, um, you know, you have to question, okay, like what's normal in this show? Do real world physics apply or not? And I think it's pretty clear that real world physics are just not in play here in this show. It's just not. It's operating on a different level. So so then you're when you realize that, so that leaves you with two options. Either the whole thing is a simulation or there's some kind of magical thing. Sorry, my mom's being
Supernatural
kind of loud.
aspect.
Um uh y- you're kind of distracting me. Uh, um, my mom is going on and on about I can't hear myself think. Um,
Do you need a moment?
anyway, I don't remember what I was saying.
Do you need a moment?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
What was I talking about? Um, oh yeah.
Different theories.
So either with From, I mean, it really just comes down to either it's a simulation where, some kind of scientific thing is going on here. Like this cannot be real. All the stuff that we've seen going on. So either it's a simulation or some kind of magical thing is happening here. I mean, I guess you could also say there's a science fiction explanation to it. But I'm not seeing a lot of sci-fi evidence of sci-fi in the show. Um, so I'm not sure, but yeah,
Right.
it's because clearly real world physics are not applicable to faraway trees and you know whatever brings people to town in the first place from points all over the country. Um,
I
there are
think
no physics involved in that.
I think it might be considered sci-fi in the aspect that it has like psychic phenomena and stuff like that. But they seem to do it in a much more fantasy horror style in this show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. Um, good night, Amy. Sleep well.
Good night, Amy. Rest well.
Yeah, glad you could be here. She had said, "Is Boo trying to get your food?" No, actually, uh, Boo is accidentally shut Boo out of my room. There, there we go. Now she was sitting outside waiting to be let in. There we go. Oh, she thinks my room is her apartment, basically. So she demands access at all times, of course. Anyway, so so we're on
We're on number
um
4. Test your
four.
hypothesis or hypotheses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So we just
Yep.
formed multiple hypotheses. So now we want to test them. We want to evaluate each theory, run it through a checklist. Does it explain most clues? Does the theory account for red herrings, intentional distractions? Does the theory fit the show's tone and the creative style? Does the theory resolve the main mystery or key questions? Look for misdirection. If a theory feels too obvious or convenient, it might be a red herring. Cross-check with your clue log to ensure consistency. For example, testing a theory of multiple timelines against visual and dialogue clues can confirm its validity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, that's important. Um, like I may not have taken these specific steps, but I always put my own theories to the test. I always think through critically. Um, like, does this make sense within the world of the show? Um, you know, is there anything contradicting it? Does it feel too obvious or convenient? Could this be a red herring? I try to poke holes in my own theory to test it out. That's important to do. Um, and be willing to let it go. If it doesn't hold up to that kind of scrutiny, be willing to let it go and come up with an alternative rather than becoming emotionally attached to it and getting a confirmation bias, which is all too common, you know. Like let's see. I gave up my theory, I was one of the people that immediately thought, I know there were others other than just me who thought after seeing the 30-second teaser for season 3 of From that Fatima was going to be in the barn screaming with Boyd, having an accelerated pregnancy and the monsters ripping the baby out. So I thought, but then I saw the trailer, the full trailer, and in the context of the full trailer, I just didn't think it made sense anymore based on what we saw in that. So I gave it up. Like you have to be willing to, put your theories to the test, scrutinize them, look at other clues and new information when it comes up, and then just let it go if it doesn't fit anymore.
I haven't been too successful with theory crafting, so you're much more impressive than I am with that. You should be teaching this here.
Aw. I mean, believe me, I get plenty of stuff wrong all the time. Like that. I had that theory for months. I was convinced of it from the moment I saw that teaser. I was just sure of it. And that was dead wrong. So, I get loads of things wrong all the time.
Well, hopefully we'll with the things we've been learning, maybe we'll get more things right. I'm rooting for us like a team, everyone that comes to the FROMacademy. Like
Hmm.
we're like one big team, and we're gonna solve this together. Maybe not together, but one of us will get it.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, like David Agile, he's a great theorist, a really esoteric, deep thinking theorist here. He said the dream theory narrative best fits from. Interesting. Yeah. He said in psychoanalysis, diametric analysis looks at the relationship between opposing forces, concepts within the mind, and the unconscious, like id versus ego, unconscious versus conscience, and reality versus fantasy. Interesting stuff. Yeah. That definitely applies to From for sure on an esoteric level. Um, Bill Chill said hospital ambulance, siren, cuts, medics and EMTs, Acosta, Christy Marielle, accidents, vehicles, Camden, Maine. So these are like, what were we talking about when he posted that? Um, like different clues or like what? Yeah, maybe clarify what you mean. I'm not sure. Um, ambulance, sirens, cuts, medics, and EMTs. Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Um. Oh, yeah. This one, yeah, there were multiple car crashes. Indeed, the Matthews
Oh,
family.
repeating patterns. Gotcha.
Oh, I got it. Yep, yep. Hospital ambulances. Yep, yep, yep. Sirens, cuts, medics, and EMTs. Acosta the cop, Christy the nurse, Marielle the well, Christy not the nurse, the resident doctor, and Marielle the nurse. Car accidents, like the Matthews, Jade and his friend Toby, Julie and Acosta, um, Julie and Henry. Wait, I think you mean Tabitha. Tabitha and Henry, Tabitha and Acosta, Father Cotry, DUI. Yeah. Um. Hey, Martin. Do you
Hey,
ever
Martin.
wonder if Abby was right? What if it's all a dream? Well, we can't rule that out, but actually, no, we can. We can now because the showrunners debunked that one. So until they debunked it, it was definitely in play, and that would have been such a letdown. But they said it's not a dream and it's not purgatory. So we got an answer on that one, amazingly. Um, David said, I don't think it's a dream. Yeah, like it's not literally a dream. I agree. And I agree with this, but they're definitely using elements of dream narrative, like latent content, underlying meaning, or symbolism. Yeah, and it also could be um like a dream dimension or a nightmare realm, where things can be manifested by people's dreams, nightmares, fears, that sort of thing, kind of like and you can pull things out of dreams, kind of like in Nightmare on Elm Street. So that yeah, the dream stuff definitely means something. You don't hear dreams and nightmares being brought up countless times non-stop in your face. Oh, it's a nightmare. It's a forest full of nightmares. If you climb up high enough, even a nightmare can look like a dream. A dream is just the other side of a nightmare. I mean, on and on and on. Endless references. Dream catchers. The biggest dream catcher I've ever freaking seen in the Colony House kitchen. It's gotta mean something. It's not a literal dream, but it has to mean something. And I think on an esoteric level, like David is saying, this makes sense. I think things in the place being manifested from people's nightmares and dreams. I think that's a viable theory. I think that's what I'm going with right now. That this is and that this place was created due to the sacrifice of the kids, that it was part of the curse. Um, so kind of a pocket dimension where nightmares can manifest. Nightmares, fears can manifest for real. And it's not a literal dream. David also said the use of flashbacks, nonlinear narratives, and surreal imagery in films can be seen as analogous to the disjointed and illogical nature of dreams. Absolutely. You can be in a dream in one place. I can't tell you how many times I have dreams that make no sense because I'll be in one place doing one thing and then all of a sudden I'm somewhere else doing something completely different in this in like the same dream. It makes no logical sense at all. So yeah. So yeah, definitely. Don't trust the showrunners. They're in on it too. I mean, I think that I think that the way this question was phrased allows us to trust this because they weren't asked point blank, um, can you debunk it? Can you debunk the dream theory? They were just asked, is there anything that you can debunk? And that they brought up specifically dream and purgatory, that it's neither of those things. And I think if they lied to us about that and it winds up being one of those things, it would really backfire on them. It would cause a lot of bitterness and you know, these people, I'm sure they want to make projects in the future, and there would be people hold grudges. There are a lot of people who I I know there was a lot of backlash against Lost. A lot of people loved it, but a lot of fans were upset by it, and to this day they look at the creators of Lost in a negative light. So I don't think they would come out and just flat out lie to us on those two things they debunked. That's my opinion. What do you think, Doc? Oh, wait. I was only quoting Martin. Ain't holding no L's. Okay, yes. That's right. Martin was quoting Martin. I totally forgot that. Yes.
I think
And
Doc
David.
went into the dream state.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No, Julie's been reading from the chat.
Well, I said, what I said, what do you? I also said, what do you think? Can we trust the showrunners on that?
Oh, I
Not a
missed
dream,
that.
not
I'm
a
sorry. I thought
yeah.
you were talking to to David.
Yeah. What do you think? Can we trust them on that?
I mean, Bill, chill.
That it's
Yeah, I
not a
trust them
dream.
on it. I trust them on
Hmm.
it. And they said, and they're not dead, or they're not all dead. They said they're not all dead, which means that some of them could be dead.
Right. It's true. Where did they say that, Doc? Do you
I thought
remember?
it was in. I thought it was in that same interview. Or do you mean which interview? Did
Yeah,
they debunk
was
that
it?
stuff?
Yeah, was that the Sci-Fi Vision one, or was that the one with E-Man? I forget.
Shoot, I don't know. It's been a while since I've
It's all
seen
right. I
those.
know it was one of those two. I'm
It was
pretty
one of
sure.
them.
So yeah, it had to be one of those two because they don't do a lot of interviews. I think those were the only ones that they did for season
There
3.
were those,
So
and then it was like one at a convention or some kind of event.
mm-hmm.
That one had Liz
Mhm.
Saunders and Fred. Oh man, guy who plays Boyd. I know his name.
Harold Perrineau.
Perrineau. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they were there for that one, or the one at the convention.
Oh, at the Comic-Con.
I think it was a Comic-Con. That sounds right.
Oh, I think I missed that. I don't think I saw that interview with the
Okay.
so it was the showrunners and Liz Saunders
Liz
and
Saunders and
Harold.
Harold Perrineau. I think there might have been a couple
Was
of other
that
people there, but I think they interacted the most during that interview. But
that wasn't that really recent one, was it? Because recently there was a
no,
new one with Harold, and I think Liz was there and the showrunners recently.
no, it was an older one.
Okay, I still have to watch that recent one actually. But
I've watched it, but
um,
I need to watch it again. I didn't really absorb it all.
mm, yeah, I need to make time to watch that. After next week, I'll be able to focus more on From again because next week The Handmaid's Tale and The Last of Us are airing their finales. So we're gonna after next week we're gonna go back to our From rewatch. I'll be able to do more, From related stuff, and so that I gotta watch those interviews. David also said the resolution of conflicts and the attainment of goals in film narratives can be interpreted as a form of wish fulfillment. Mm. hmm The recurring motifs, symbols, and character archetypes in films can be understood as manifestations of the collective unconscious. Mm. That definitely applies to From, too. A lot of elements in From and Lost are from dream narrative, but that doesn't mean it's all a dream. Exactly. Yes. A lot of people don't get that. Bill Chill, dream like equals coma. Um, if that were the case, I would say that they lied to us if they're all in a shared dream state coma. So hopefully they're not lying to us. Real Cinema said collective dream state shared delusion for all who are trapped in From. It could be some kind of that could be absolutely in play, like some kind of a shared delusion.
That's when we were talking about the LSD
Mm-hmm.
water, like way back when.
Yeah.
Like
Mm-hmm.
they would have something in the water and they have a shared delusion from that, from some influence or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, that's a theory that's still in play for sure.
Yeah. They
They
still keep
they
drinking
didn't.
that sweet, sweet water.
Mm-hmm. They said it's not a dream. That means they're not asleep, but they didn't say that it's not a shared delusion. There's such a thing as waking dreams. So, um, so it's still in play. And they are drinking that water on camera like, all the time. So I didn't
Mm-hmm.
notice that till you pointed it out, but they do it a lot.
Yeah, Julie doesn't even eat. She's just like, just go straight to the tap.
Julie literally never eats. Every single time anyone has ever offered Julie food, she says no. Like, we should maybe be concerned for her, like eating disorder wise. Like, it's really weird. She never eats.
She's not
Michael
eating rotten
said, yeah.
vegetables, is she? Off screen?
Oh no.
Okay.
Let's hope not. Um, Michael said, yeah, they basically said it's real people in a real situation with real stakes. They're not dead. It's not a coma. It's not a dream. Oh, see, I missed that one. How did I miss that? It was I saw, you know what? I think I was too busy. I was there. This was one of the Sci-Fi Vision streams. I was there, but this is what happens sometimes when you get distracted by the chat. I was chatting with people while I was listening, and I missed that part. I've got to rewatch that. Interesting. And E-Man got them to do some debunks as well. Yeah, that's the one where they said, he said, "Can you debunk anything?" And they said, "It's not a dream and it's not purgatory." There was another thing that E-Man asked that I do not. there's another thing he asked that was in a completely different way of Jack Bender, and this is not a true debunking when he said, so are aliens still on the table? No, you can't ask them point blank if a theory is right or wrong, because they can't tell you. If it's right, they can't tell you. So aliens are still in play. They did not debunk aliens. There was some misconception around that in the fan base because Jack made a face and, whatever. But if it were about aliens, he couldn't say. So he'd have to act like, oh no. He didn't even say no. He just said something vague. It was a non-denial. So Tony's alien theory is still in play. Some are possibly dead. Boy in White and Cooey Kids, Monsters, Brian Kelly, Abby, Martin. Oh yeah, definitely. Michael said a little of column A, a little of column B, so but not a coma, not dead. Yeah, that was the sci-fi vision one. Okay. David said, to their defense, it can represent the collective unconscious and not be a dream or purgatory. Yes, that's true. So they could,
Yeah.
that wouldn't be them lying to us. It's like a different form of a dream state. And where is the town's water coming from then? That's a great question, Bill. Where is it coming from? Where is the water coming from? Where are the livestock coming from in the woods? That's one of the biggest questions, too.
Lake of LSD tears.
LSD tears. From as a whole isn't a dream, but everything in it has to do with dreams. Yeah, Martin. I think so too. Yes, it is a riddle. Could be a mass collective delusion. Oh, like I haven't seen enough of Yellow Jackets to know anything about that, but yeah, apparently there are mass collective delusions in Yellow Jackets. Interesting. Okay. So now we're caught up with the chat. So what do we have next here?
Now we need to. Yep, we're on number 5, right?
Yeah.
So now we need to refine our theories. We need to revisit earlier clues, use new insights
I
or
think they were
episodes
talking.
to.
Oh, sorry, Doc.
Oh, what was
No,
it?
in Yellow Jackets, I think they were referring to a vision that several of the characters had kind of like in unison in the 3rd season. Without
Oh,
giving too much
okay.
away. They
Yeah.
were all in the same place, and they all saw a character who none of them would have seen, because it seems like one character has only seen that, but now like 3 of them have seen it, so that would be a shared illusion. Get it?
Okay.
I get it.
Yeah,
Sorry,
there's
Doc.
a lot of that sort of thing in
Yeah.
Yellow Jackets. Similar type of stuff anyway.
Or Doom coming. All of Doom coming.
Yes. Amazing episode too. All right, number 5, refine your theories. So suggest to revisit your earlier clues, use new insights or episodes to reinterpret old clues, such as character's early remark takes on new meaning after a twist, adjust for contradictions. If a theory has gaps, tweak it or consider alternative explanations. Simulate scenarios. Mentally play out how your theory would unfold in future episodes. Does it align with the show's pacing and style? Keep a contradiction log for each theory and work to resolve each issue.
Okay.
So for refining your theories, it suggests revisiting earlier clues, using new insights, adjust for contradictions. Theory has gaps, tweak it or consider alternatives, and to simulate scenarios, mentally play it out, see how it would unfold in future episodes. Does it align with the show's pacing and style?
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Yeah. Um, like, um, for example, the theory that, um, you know, giant spiders are are part of this whole thing. Like, does that feel like it makes sense in the context of the show based on what we've seen so far? Um, does it fit with the lore that we've just developed? Can you imagine it? Like if I try to mentally play that out, like how would that come into play in the show if there are giant spiders out there in the woods? I just can't imagine it based on what we've seen. It just doesn't, for me, it just doesn't fit with what we've seen so far. If I play it out in my head, I can't envision a scenario where it makes sense in the world of this show. Um, there's a much easier way to explain massive amounts of spiders and stuff, and that's, I mean, the spider webs, and that's all the dream stuff. That could have been a shared dream state that Boyd and Sarah both saw. They both saw spider webs. Just dreams can manifest all kinds of things. Just my opinion.
They probably just don't have
Or was
enough
that
in the money. They don't have enough money in the budget for a giant spider.
No, they probably don't.
I love to see giant spider.
I'd love to see it too. I don't know
Yeah.
if they can afford the rights to manga though. No, I'm kidding.
Mm.
Anyway,
The giant spider invasion.
that would be the most terrifying way to end humanity, maybe, probably.
Yeah, I think so.
I can't get
Horrifying.
I can't get my fiance to watch anything, any horror movie that has like spiders in it.
Arachnophobia.
Yeah, no go. No,
Giant spider invasion's a great movie.
I don't know if I've seen that one.
It's a
That's
good
an
one.
actual movie.
Yeah, it's called a giant spider invasion.
I might need to check it out.
It's a classic. Oh yeah.
Giant spider invasion.
It looks very, very real. It doesn't look very fake at all. They look like giant spiders.
I've seen Eight-Legged Freaks.
That one I've heard of, but I've never seen. I won't watch any spider movies either. No thanks. I'm all set.
And then it's not
Yeah.
spiders, but a really excellent movie with giant insects is Them. With an
Yeah, yeah,
exclamation point.
yeah.
Oh, I've never heard of that one. Them. Giant
Classic.
insects.
Giant ants.
hmm
Giant ants. Well, let me see. Is it old?
It's an old, yeah. I think it's black and white.
Oh, so the one from 1954. I see it. Yeah, I just
Yep.
Googled it. Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of those really old, kitschy kind of like in the 50s. There were a lot of these kitschy horror movies with all kinds of, giant monsters,
hmm
insects, like there was a lot of that stuff.
They're all getting hit with
Vampires,
atomic
werewolves.
rays, like the fear of atomic rays and making everything bigger, or
And space travel.
yeah.
Yeah. Yep, there was a lot of that back then.
Science. It was just always like this. It gets some kind of radiation. I guess it's radiation that everybody was worried about, and the radiation would cause everything to get bigger.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
it's all
mainly
kinds of
for
giant.
50s.
Yep. Like I think the Blob was the Blob
Oh,
was
the
another
blob!
one.
Beware of the blob! It creeps and crawls. It's a great one. The old one's great because it has a theme song and everything.
I've never actually seen it. I've only seen little clips from it, but I've never seen the
That,
movie itself.
that's why horror films gotta start having theme songs again, like the Blob. Dream Warriors has that great theme song.
I agree. I miss
I've come
theme
up with theme
songs.
songs for Saw. I made a theme song up for Saw. I made some theme song for, and it isn't like Beware of the Saw, but I think they should have them. I think they should have. I mean, the time is now to bring back that tradition.
Yeah. Well, I love the Freddy Krueger Nightmare on Elm Street song. That's a classic.
Yeah, yeah.
It's amazing. I love how every movie that I've seen of it so far, I've seen 1 through 4 now, and they all start with a scene including that song. Oh, and all those little girls jumping rope.
Yeah.
1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. It's so good. Love it. It sets the tone of the creepy mood. Love it so much. We need to bring that back. Yeah. Um, big ass spiders. Hey, Jehovah sins. Yeah. Dieter said you had me at big ass. Of course, Dieter. Of course we did. Charlotte's Web. Oh yeah. As a kid, I did actually like Charlotte's Web. That one wasn't scary. That didn't creep me out because Charlotte was just a really nice spider, and it was actually cute when she had a ton, like a million babies, and it was bittersweet and sad. They all flew away. I don't wait. Was Charlotte the little girl or the spider? I forget. I think the Charlotte was
The
the little
spider.
girl. And
The spider.
oh, Charlotte was the spider.
Spider. Yeah. That's her
Okay.
web.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was the little
Wait,
girl.
do human little girls spin webs? I was not familiar with
Mm.
this.
Is there at least one out there?
Mhm. Maybe.
It'd be terrifying if small children could spin webs and just crawl along the walls.
I thought it'd be crazy if cats had wings.
Mm.
Oh, that would be like a mass extinction event if cats had wings. When I was a kid, though, I had a children's book series called Cat Wings, and it was not about cats causing a mass extinction event, but that's what would really happen. Because cats are murder monsters.
But they're cats with
I love them.
bird
They're
wings?
adorable. Bird wings, yeah.
Like
No,
Angel
cat wings.
Birdman.
Cat wings.
Like Angel
Cat
Catbird.
wings.
Like Margaret Atwood's Angel Catbird.
Huh, I'm not familiar.
Oh, I might have to bring him up again in my little I think I might have him still. Yeah, Margaret Atwood wrote a comic book called Angel Catbird. See if I
Okay.
don't have it here.
Oh yeah. Margaret
Yeah,
Atwood
it is.
Margaret Atwood has quite a bit of range then to go from that The Handmaid's Tale to that.
It's prolific.
Prolific,
Yeah.
indeed.
There he is. There he is. You probably like him, Doc.
Oh, and like Dieter here dropped in the chat here. This is the
There he
PayPal
is.
account. Dieter.
You can look at my thing now.
What is it? On your avatar?
Angel Catbird. Yeah, I had him on the
Oh,
other night when we were talking Cameos too.
That's the angel catbird.
Yeah, it's an Angel Catbird.
Okay then. It's cool. It's very whimsical. I like it. Um anyway, so
Oh, shoot. I just realized I was muted. I'm like, but yeah,
I do
no,
that
it's really
sometimes.
cool. It's like creepy and cool at the same time.
Yeah, it is. It is creepy. Um Dieter here dropped a link to the PayPal account that he set up on my behalf. He did he fronted the money very generously so that I could get a better working laptop, and so every little bit helps if anyone is so inclined. And the link to that is also in the description of this video. So anyway, let's see. Um Michael said, "Oh, I was wrong. It was the Emmanuel Noisette interview where they debunked Dream, Coma, Dead, Purgatory." Oh, and there's a timestamp. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it, Michael. Haven't
Thank you.
found a specific timestamp and interview with a specific real people, real place, real situation quote. Pretty sure it was Sci-Fi Vision one, but I could be wrong. I'll have to go look at that. Yeah. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it. I like to hear exactly from their mouths what they said, exact wording, because sometimes people can hear something and then misunderstand it a little bit or just paraphrase it in a way that it could mean something else. I want to hear their exact words, you know.
Because people can always
'Cause-
say, I heard it in an interview, and it doesn't really mean anything unless they have a link somewhere.
Right. You know, like the purgatory thing. If they
Yeah.
specifically said it's not purgatory, well, that doesn't mean that they're not dead. It could be that they're in hell. So I need to actually hear them say they're not dead. I need to hear that specifically. That's where you can get into hot water if you don't get the wording exactly right. You know, you misunderstand what they say. So Bill Chill says I still don't trust them. Coma's still in play. Okay, you do you. You don't have to trust them.
So I got these really awesome gummies as a free extra from an eBay thing that I got in one of the gremlins that I ordered. And these are kind of amazing. They're like real mango juice gummies. They're from 246. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of these before, but these are phenomenal.
Sounds good. You gotta be kidding me. Now there's gonna be something called him. Enough with these vague titles. Them, us, him. We've had
you need a short title for the hashtag. I think that's why they're doing that.
People are going to confuse him with hymns.
It's like it's so vague, you know. We have from, we have them, us, SEE. That's another one. It's ridiculous. What is going on with these vague titles? Like I keep thinking the next one that's going to come out is it's just going to be called just the, and it's like coming soon. The what? No, what? Like it'll be like a comedy routine, you know. That's all that's left at this point. They've used up almost every other vague title. Oh, there was also that movie called Her.
There's a TV show called You, Martin.
That's another one.
No, I see you.
Yes, You, which is on my list to watch. I've heard it's really good, but these titles, man, they don't make it easy for people to find content about them. I know that was a big problem with From. Wait, we, I, they, with, she. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I mean there's a movie called They. There's already a movie like that. It's a good movie too.
That is a really good movie.
And there's that, and then there's Them, of course. The other ones I don't think we've had yet. I don't know if there's been anything called I or We or With, but I could be wrong. Not even Y, but just Y, the letter Y.
I mean, there's a good movie called I Origins, but that's 2 words.
Yeah. That one would really be too much. That would be taking it too far. Like imagine trying to find content on that. Seriously. That would be impossible. Wait a minute. There is a movie called I. I just looked it up.
I'm sure there is.
Of course there is.
There's probably a movie called The. You should just look up The.
Yeah, I am. I'm going to. There's a 2015 movie called I. It's an Indian movie. So yeah, there's a movie called I. Let's see. Is there anything called The? That would be the worst thing they
There's a
could
movie called
possibly do.
There's They, Them.
They, them.
Yeah.
That's a really good movie.
Yeah, I've never heard of that one. Yeah, there isn't a movie called The, but there is a movie called The Movie. That's kind of funny. 2022. That's it. I think The is where they'd have to draw the line. You can't name something that. But
Challenge
anyway.
accepted.
Challenge accepted. Somebody will try it. Oh yeah, It. Yes, yeah, It is another vague one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that as a title though. Where they screwed up was renaming I can't believe it. I see it now, Scarlett, that you had told
Yeah.
me they changed Welcome to Derry to Welcome to Derry. It's
And they didn't
it
really put a
doesn't
colon. They didn't really put a colon in there either, so it just looks weird in the graphic. It just has like the it on one side and then the welcome to Derry on the other, and it's kind of weird.
yeah, at least put a colon there. That's really kind of clunky title that was not necessary, and it kind of underestimates people's intelligence. Like, if you're a fan of the It franchise, I'm pretty sure you're gonna see Welcome to Derry and recognize it. I mean, I know I did. Derry is where where that takes place. I mean, I think it was even in other Stephen King books too, references to Derry. It's a made up town in Maine. But come on, like so stupid. But I'm excited that they finally released a teaser, which I haven't even watched yet. I need to actually watch that thing and I maybe try to do a breakdown video on the teaser because it's coming out finally this summer and I want to cover that here on the channel. So we don't have a date yet for a release, but it said this summer at the end of the teaser. So chop chop, give us a date. If it's going to be this summer, well, that's not far off. So I'm just glad they finally are going to release that thing because I've been waiting a year to find out exactly when we were getting this. Anyway, um, Michael said in an E-Man interview, they said, yeah, it's not purgatory, it's not a dream. And then not purgatory, not a dream, they're not dead. Okay, I didn't remember that part of the quote. Thank you for that. So they specifically said they're not dead. That means they're not in hell either. Good. Good. They're not going to pull some kind. I didn't think they'd pull some kind of sneaky trick on us. Later on, they debunked Tabitha. Is wait, Tabitha is not Eloise, or I'm confused on that one. But
Tabitha's not
um,
Eloise.
Tabitha is not Victor's sister. Yes, I was so glad to hear them say that. I mean, I think after the finale, that should be pretty obvious that she's not Victor's sister because she literally said she was Miranda. So anyway,
But
but
also
it's nice
Victor's
that they.
sister.
I think there were still theories that because you see her in like third
Also
person or
Randall.
whatever, that maybe you were seeing it from the perspective of Eloise. But I don't think so.
Yeah, that made more. Like, I understood that theory until the finale. Once you see the finale and she gets the revelation from the music being played, and she says, I was Miranda. At that point, I think we need to take the show at its word because that's what they told us. But yeah, I understood when she just had that vision of Miranda dying. I understood why some people still thought it was Eloise at that point, anyway. But I was relieved that the finale actually answered that more definitively, like so that we didn't have to debate that. I didn't have to debate people on this issue for that year and a half, however long it would take from the finale to the next season. But anyway, JT Moore said I've never seen it yet. Oh, you've got to check out it. It's one of the best movies I've ever seen personally. It's one of my all-time favorite horror movies. There are two of them actually. There was a mini series in 1990 that's a cult classic.
That's the best.
Starring it's amazing.
Tim
Starring
Curry is awesome.
Tim Curry. The movies are phenomenal too. And the series is going to be made by the same people who made the movies and star the same guy as Pennywise the Clown, Bill Skarsgård. So I expect it to be really high quality. So highly recommend. Yeah, but the 1991 is phenomenal too. I appreciate both. They're both very different interpretations of the book. The clown, Pennywise is very different. He's more kitschy in the 1991. Yeah, instead of terrifying, he's more kitschy, but it's deeply unsettling regardless. Because he's got this weird humor, but he's also really sinister at the same time. Tim Curry is classic. Absolutely. Like Absolute classic. Yeah, he's a legend. Perhaps some earlier incarnation before, or the original daughter before she got captured and sacrificed. What do you mean, Michael? Yeah, I don't know what you mean. The one wouldn't
I
think.
think the one
Oh,
that showed up at the lullaby, the one that smiled.
oh, yeah. The one wouldn't think she'd see the daughter's memories from her own perspective in her dreams.
I like that they called
Yeah.
Tim. I like that they called Tim Curry a legend, but he's also in the movie Legend.
Oh, really? Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. Oh no, Tabitha's dream of the girl. Yeah. Yeah, I took that to just mean like herself as a child, like when she was a kid, like dreaming about the place because she's been there before in previous lives, and then like she was in the dream dressed in period clothing just because of the nature of the dream. But I don't think she was ever literally there as a child. Um, just, dreams don't always have to make sense. It was just, I think it was her seeing the place because she's been there before. Or the other explanation for the clothing is it's possible the original Tabitha, Tabitha Prime, could have grown up there. Like she could have literally grown up there and been a little girl in that town when it was like a normal town. We don't know where she came from, so there's also that possibility, because that looked very old. Like, the outfit that she was wearing, that could have been, well, I don't know if it was old enough to be Puritan era. I'd have to look at it again, but yeah. Anyway, and yeah, we're doing a watch party of Freddy versus Jason tonight, as in Saturday night, which is probably going to be 10 p.m. Eastern. I would say 10 p.m. Eastern. We're going to do Freddy versus Jason, which I've heard is an awesome movie that I've never seen. So looking forward to that one. So if you're not in the Discord and you want to watch with us, you can join in the description of this video. There's a link to my Discord.
I feel
saw
like you're
Freddy
jumping.
versus
Are you
Jason.
jumping ahead?
Are we? I mean, I was told like we've gone through Freddy, Nightmare on Elm Street 1 through 4, and I don't know. Is that jumping too much ahead?
You're only skipping
I don't know. I thought Freddy and
two
Jason
of
was
them.
way later.
Yeah,
Anyone in
and you're
chat
skipping New
look that
Nightmares.
up?
So technically you're skipping 3 of them, but I don't know. Do what you want to do, I guess.
3, are there the 3
It was just a
really good
curiosity,
movies?
not a demand.
Well, I mean, a New Nightmare you can watch whenever. It doesn't have to be. It's the meta film. But 4 and 5, I mean, you don't really need to watch those to appreciate Freddy versus Jason. I don't think. But I liked them. Well, I liked Jason. What is it? Freddy's Dead, A New Nightmare. No, Freddy's Dead. Right? That was part 6.
Right. Yeah. Well, now I'm starting to rethink things. Maybe we should watch the 5th one instead. I don't know.
Sorry, I put that idea in your head, Julie.
I mean, you
Anyway,
don't have
well,
to watch it. You don't have to really watch it in any order. It's not going to spoil anything, I don't think, from the other movies.
yeah.
So you can still
Good
watch
to
Freddy
know.
versus Jason, and then
Yeah,
if you want afterwards, you can put on one of the others.
True.
No, I don't think you're gonna lose the plot.
Yeah, no.
So it's not like a thing where you have to understand, you have to know what happened in those movies to understand what's happening in Freddy vs. Jason. That's okay. Freddy's Dead was the last of the original continuity, then A New Nightmare, then Freddy vs. Jason. Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you, Michael.
I haven't even seen. I've seen a few of the Jason movies, but only once, and it was a few years ago. So I don't know how much I need to remember from that to watch the Freddy versus Jason. Probably not. I mean, I get the gist of Jason, I think. Freddy versus Jason is pretty self-explanatory. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, we'll figure it out. I'll look at those movies and figure it out. It's gonna be definitely a Freddy movie, so I'll keep you posted. I'll let you know, Dieter. Okay, so I'm gonna pull the spreadsheet back up, or not the spreadsheet, but the notes.
Notes. We're on 6
So
now, I believe, right?
yes. So
Okay, so we
I hear
just covered
I hear my
refining.
mom
Oh,
out there, so I'm just gonna mute myself for just a minute. I'll be right back.
okay,
You can go ahead though. I'll be right back.
okay. All right, number 6 is to consider the creator's style and themes. Now, we've already done a bit of this on FROMacademy with considering the creator's style. We went through them one by one for the 3 heads of the monster, so to speak. And all right, so it suggests researching the creator or creators, study their past work for recurring techniques such as nonlinear storytelling, emotional payoffs, analyze their common themes, identify recurring themes such as identity, betrayal, and how those themes might hint at the mystery's resolution. Ask, how does the creator typically wrap up their stories? For example, a creator known for character-driven resolutions might prioritize emotional closure over plot twists. Hmm.
Or
Well, we don't know
ambiguity.
how, right? Yeah, we don't know how John Griffin ends things because we haven't actually
Yeah,
has anyone, well,
because he's only done that
he's
one
got a
movie that we
movie.
need to watch. We need to watch that movie.
Yeah, we really do need to watch that movie.
Crater? Is it called Crater?
Crater, I think. Yeah,
Yeah.
Crater.
And see how that ends. You need to do a watch party of that movie so we can figure out how it ends.
But
So we know his
we do
game.
have the others though, Jack Bender and Jeff Pinkner. I
I've
know
seen
Jeff
Fame.
Pinkner. No, I have not seen Fame. I need to watch that though.
Yeah.
I only recently learned about it.
Yeah, and Harold danced in a TV show, and there was a lot of seasons of the TV show, and I remember getting like really surreal towards the end.
It sounds kind of like it's a pre-Glee.
Ah, I
No?
don't know. I mean, it's a little like do people in the Glee just start singing just in the middle of something,
Yeah,
or is it more
sometimes.
organized?
No, they'll randomly start singing sometimes, I think.
Because that one clip I gave where Harold was dancing in it, it had that girl that was dressed in like stereotypical jail striped outfit with a ball and chain around her foot, and then she just
Uh-huh.
started walking down the hallway, started to sing a medley of songs,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
then
no, they
people
do.
just start dancing, and then there's a bunch of drummers in the back that start drumming, and then there's a bunch of dancers coming in.
Yeah, I don't think Glee goes that far, but they definitely start like singing in like random places, like as they're
Oh,
walking through
okay.
like
Yeah.
the halls and stuff.
Yeah, it's the first time the couple times I've seen Harold actually dancing, he always has like a prop, so it's easy to follow him around.
Okay.
Because the one I gave you, he had like I think it was some kind of ball, like a basketball, and then there's another one where he had like I can't remember what he was holding in the other one, but he definitely had a prop, so it was easy to like follow him. It was all season 6. I mean, they had this so many seasons. It was kind of like
Eh,
let them run wild, but the movie's good. And then they did another version of the movie. I'm not sure if that's good or not.
So we know that they created the other creators, they created Lost, or at least partly, as well as Fringe, and well, Jack Bender has been
Yeah.
director in a ton of things, including Game of Thrones. But and I know that Jeff is really good at creating these like rich mysteries, but sometimes they don't always pay off. But I think that might also be partly or mostly someone else to blame, because he was not the only hand at that plot from, not from Lost.
Mm-hmm. Why did people not like Lost? The last season?
Yeah, the ending was didn't feel like it answered or resolved a lot of the questions. And I think I know I was one of the people who misunderstood what the ending was and what the ending meant.
Oh, you thought it was purgatory?
Yeah, I thought it was purgatory.
That's
Turned
all
out
I've
it's
heard.
not.
I've never really watched Lost, so I thought it was kind of funny.
So I watched the episode and I was like, wait, what? What the heck? This is how it ends? What just happened here?
Mm-hmm.
What? It was like a nothing burger of an episode, it felt like. And yeah, it just felt really let down. Then someone was like, it's purgatory. And I was like, oh, well, that's a letdown. Okay.
Like the whole thing was purgatory?
Yeah, but it wasn't. That
Oh, okay.
was just what a friend told me at the time, and I was just like, oh, okay, and believed it.
Well, I'm
So
still not
it's
there
not
yet.
purgatory. Well, it's
Hmm.
not purgatory.
Well, that's good. That's
It's
good.
never
I'm
purgatory,
actually,
Julie, apparently.
yeah,
It's
good,
cross
because I
purgatory
hate
after
that as an
love.
ending. Good. I hate that kind of ending. So
Yeah.
I'm finally making progress getting further into Lost. Um, I watched a few episodes after the Last of Us watch party on Sunday night. We watch random things after The Last of Us, and sometimes it'll be a movie, sometimes it'll be a few shows, just random. And this time I was like, there weren't that many people in the watch party, and I really wanted to watch some more Lost, and Susie Greenberg happened to be there, and she's a huge, diehard Lost fan. So I put on Lost, and we watched like at least I'd say three episodes, and so it was fun to actually have people to watch
Yeah.
with. I enjoyed it. So I want to keep doing that, as regularly as possible so I can finally finish the thing. And when I'm finished with it, then Twin Peaks will be next.
You know another thing we need to watch? I don't know if you were listening, but Crater,
Yeah, we need to watch
Greater.
that.
the John Griffin movie.
And
John Griffin?
yes.
I get
Yeah,
all
definitely.
confused. The one that hasn't written anything except for like From and this movie.
He's written plays. I wonder if we can find any plays he's written online.
Hmm.
I don't know if he published any.
I wish he would release he said he wrote some short stories about the man in yellow, like not necessarily the one on From, but like stories based on the man in the yellow suit that he saw on the street.
Yeah.
I would love to read those, but maybe when From is over, he'll release them, because if he did it now, then we might think that's exactly what it is in From or something. I'd love to read those. You know.
Tales of the Man in Yellow.
Mhm.
For
Yeah,
recurring
sorry, that took a
themes,
little longer than I expected. I found my mom in the kitchen rummaging through stuff, and I was like, what the hell's going on? She's never up in the middle of the night organizing stuff. I was really confused, so I was asking her what she was doing. So, sorry, I'm back now.
no
Was she
worries.
sleep organizing?
If anybody would, it would be her. She's like, it's funny because I sure didn't inherit that. Like, we're opposites where that's concerned. I could not be less organized, and she's an organization freak. Um, So yeah, she would probably do it in her sleep. She was awake though.
Organize all the spices alphabetically.
Yeah. Label everything in neat plastic containers. She's
Mm-hmm.
obsessive that way. Um,
So what
now
are
the
some recur?
sideways.
Sorry.
So I was just gonna say to David, the sideways flashes on Lost, yes, are very, very confusing, and it's starting to make it seem like everyone's dead in season 5. But I know that's not actually the case. So anyway, go on, Doc.
Oh, so what are some recurring themes that the creators seem to use in their shows or in From?
Well, the biggest one, of course, is the nightmare slash dream theme. That's
Hmm.
everywhere. That's ubiquitous.
Trauma, I
Um,
feel like, is a recurring theme.
what
Hope,
is?
trauma,
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
hope, and fear,
Yes. Mm-hmm. Um,
and the consequences of choices.
yep. Um, and grief. It's another one.
Grief,
Yeah. Um, and
and LSD.
recurring tech. Yeah. Yeah. And recurring techniques. Well, one of the things that they do is you know, one of the themes is like the unreliable narrator. So you can't trust Victor's flashbacks the first time around. That's one. And a lot of people point to certain themes and motifs that Lost and From have in common. So they think that Lost can help you understand From and possibly predict where it's going. I haven't finished Lost, but I can definitely see parallels. You know, visions visions appearing of deceased people. That happened in Lost, and obviously we see it in From. And we don't know what they are. You know, it could be some kind of entity, or it could be a manifestation of their subconscious. But regardless, you see both in Lost and From. And I haven't finished Lost, so I don't know what those things mean yet. Why Jack's dad keeps popping up on the island. That's something they damn well better explain. 'Cause if they don't, I'm going to be really annoyed. That one's bugging me. Um,
Oh, he was a giant spider.
hmm,
So how might these recurring themes hint towards the mystery's resolution?
hmm,
I think with those themes, that kind of cocktail, I think we're looking at something bittersweet. We're probably going to lose some characters, but I think that some are going to live. They've suggested that they want to make sequels, not sequel, spin-offs.
hmm. Right, they have said that they have ideas for where this story could go after the show is over that could turn into spin-offs potentially. So that's interesting. Um,
It doesn't necessarily mean that all the characters will, any characters will survive by saying that they want to do potential spin-offs, but not with, but I think that they will, because I think that would be pointless film with the monsters. But and
right.
how are they going to do spin-offs with that? Well, I mean, they could. I would watch it, but I don't know how many other people would.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I'm not sure like the thing is for there to be a spin-off that takes place in the future after the events of the show, that would mean that in the end this place would still have to exist. and I don't want that to happen. For me, the most satisfying ending would be that no people are no longer being brought there at all, and the monsters are eradicated. The cycle is broken. It's over. So for there to be a spin-off, I would have to hope, well, then it's going to be some kind of prequel set in one of the previous cycles or the origin story or something like that, which they could do.
That would be nice. I would like that.
I
They
would
could have
enjoy that.
there could be other
Mhm.
Fromvilles, like other places like Fromville, maybe. I don't know. They could expand on the whole world and lore, but I think that would be taking it too far from where things already started. I don't know. I
Yeah.
think it'd be taking things a little too far away. Like we were talking about spin-offs in Tony's stream, and they're usually they usually seem to be a little bit similar. Like they'll be different in a lot of ways, but
Yeah. Um,
and 7 is
Michael,
collaborate. Oh, sorry. Well, that's this is
um,
number 7. Reading the chat. Engage with
Michael
others.
said, "What if they tie it into Lost?" Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard someone with this theory before, actually. With the notion of there being other special places, like From and like the Lost Island. That I know there.
I
I've
would dig it.
heard from other Lost fans that there were hints that there were there were other places besides just the island. So that would be really cool. So it would kind of be like a sneak spin-off in a way, but without any of the characters on it. That would be really cool. Maybe it could even allude to how or why such special places exist in the first place. Yeah, I would like that. Yeah, that
Terry
would be really
Brooks,
interesting.
the author Terry Brooks did a sneak spin-off of the Shannara series with the I don't I don't remember what it was called. It was like it had Running with the Demon in in the book line. But at some point it turned out, oh, this was a prequel spin-off, and you find out like in one of the novels. And it was like surprise.
Oh, that's interesting. Like I've never actually heard of any examples of sneak spin-offs. So this has actually been done before.
They're all big thick
Yep.
socks.
That's cool.
Thick socks. Find a place to put them back into.
What was the name of it again?
Forgot.
I think it was the Shannara Chronicles
The
by
what Chronicles?
Shannara Chronicles by Terry Brooks.
Oh, okay.
And the spin-off, I don't remember what the series was called. I know that Running with the Demon was one of the books in that series.
Cool. I think I heard somebody
A bunch of lightweight casual summer dresses for you.
I think I heard I don't remember. I thought I heard somebody like maybe one of the showrunners say like no, it's not connected to Lost, but I don't know. Maybe I imagined that I heard that somewhere. Um Duster episode 2 dropped yesterday. Yeah, I still have to check that out. I really enjoyed episode 1, and after I finish covering The Handmaid's Tale and The Last of Us next week, I'm considering maybe covering Duster. Not the typical type of show that I cover here, but if people are enjoying it enough and there are people who want to discuss it and we're still liking it enough, then we might pick up in the third week that it's on and maybe do lives for that. So possibly Patrick Warburton made an appearance. Oh, cool. I like him. Oh, hey there, Chris M. Welcome. Didn't Bob Newhart do a sneak spinoff? Did did Bob Newhart do it? Well, if you're thinking of the sitcom Newhart, you could kind of look at it that way, but I don't I think it was meant as a joke. Um, so there were two different sitcoms starring Bob Newhart, and one of them, he's a psychiatrist, and then in the other one, he's an innkeeper in Vermont, and it's just called. So for one of them's the Bob Newhart Show, and the other one is just Newhart. He's an innkeeper in Vermont, and in the series finale, there was an infamous final scene where he wakes up and he's in bed with his wife from the first sitcom, the Bob Newhart Show. And the whole thing, the whole series of being an innkeeper in Vermont, which was a sitcom that ran for several seasons and it was popular, was just a dream. I took it as a joke, like just a funny gag to end the series, but you could take it as Newhart being a spinoff and the whole thing was just a dream. So it's possible. Yeah. I don't like that kind of thing. But it was a sitcom, so I can just take it as a joke. If this were a drama series and someone wakes up at the end and it was all a dream, then you have to really take that seriously, and that kind of ending would make me pissed. Like if they did that with From, that would make me pissed off. David said if they end the cycle with the group failing and just Ethan and the boy in white left over, they could do another 5 seasons with a new cast. They could, but they would have to really be taking a gamble that their next series would be picked up and renewed and allowed to complete to a satisfying resolution, because otherwise it would just be so depressing if we were left with, like a non-resolution where it's just the cycle is just going to continue, and then let's say the next, the spinoff fails, then there would be a gamble, but hey, I would be all for having more seasons of the show. It would suck to see all these characters we love get killed off, though. I don't know. That would be really difficult for me. Like I wouldn't want to see Jade get killed off. I mean, any of them really, but yeah, I don't know. I'd rather see a prequel. I'd rather see a prequel, even though a prequel, we know it wouldn't have a happy ending, because I'm sure I'm assuming in every previous cycle there was a total massacre at the end. We don't know that for sure, but I just think since it works in cycles, it makes the most sense that every cycle ended like 1978 with the total massacre. So going into a prequel knowing that, I don't know if it would really work that well, because we'd be like, well, no matter what happens, all of you people are going to die at the end, which sucks,
We could see a person or few escape, or if they get a completely different creator and writer, they could get really silly with it, and people are just bouncing in and out of the trees, like their I don't know, teleportation devices on Star Trek.
Well, that could be fun. That could be fun. What they could also do, they could also make like a, like do a story on a similar place, like From is just one town, and maybe that town needs to break its own cycle, but say there's another town, like this place looks really vast, and that's just one town. Let's say there's another town connected to this, let's call it a pocket dimension if it is one, or whatever this realm is. There could be others that were caused by other horrible acts by people. So we could look at another group of trapped people who were cursed due to some other heinous act, and they have to find their way out. You could find different avenues for sequels and still
Or
have
the
a
evil
satisfactory
escapes.
resolution to From, huh?
Or the evil escapes.
Oh, or like,
Goes
yeah,
on a
maybe like the
rampage and the rest of the
yeah,
world.
like, so the people, that's been a concern actually that some fans have discussed, like what if the people can't get out without the evil entity also getting out? This is maybe a prison for that evil entity, and if the people escape it, like the boy in white, there's a theory that the boy in white could be kind of like the jailer and keeping the evil entity trapped and making sure people don't get out either, because if the people get out, maybe the evil entity also gets released into the world to wreak havoc. That would be an
Mhm.
interesting premise if they did
That
that.
would
Yeah. Chris said unless they ended up reincarnating into dogs. That would be a weird one. Rose Jones said From is supposed to be a redemption for Lost. They should keep both worlds apart. I know they've said like, no, we want to take a different path from Lost, and that's what we've heard kind of. They don't specifically come out and say it, but there were rumblings that Harold wanted before he signed on and agreed to do it, he wanted to be told what their plan was for ending it. Because Lost, when Lost began, they did not have a plan for how it was going to end. And there was a huge polarizing effect in the fan base. There are diehards who love it to this day and watch it and rewatch it. And then there are ones who hate it. So it's polarizing. And so yeah, I know. I think they're going to keep them separate, most likely. Prequel of the early Victor cycle would be easier for production. I would love to see it. That would be really interesting. Yeah, Rose, I would watch it. David said they said From is a different story in the same neighborhood as Lost, i.e., ancestral, generational trauma, karma, sorry, versus personal karma, both in the collective unconscious. Oh, yeah, I can totally see those parallels, David. Great insight. Michael said seems like they've got a planned story and they know where it's going, which makes me think they're going to wrap it up and hopefully have a happy resolution. And unlike Lost, we know what's what at the end. I think so too. They said they had the ending planned from the start and the major story arcs. They know they're like it's a road trip. They know their destination and their major stops along the way, but then they take detours along that road. They don't literally plan everything. And so I think that's a good sign they're going to have a satisfactory resolution to it and explain enough at least so that we're satisfied, even if it's not literally every question answered. We don't have to have everything spelled out to us, but I would like answers for the biggest questions. JT, yes, I've heard about this infamous Saint Elsewhere series finale ending. I never watched the show, but I heard it was something about um, the entire hospital where the thing took place was inside of a snow globe that belonged to a special needs child or something like that. People were very upset. None of it was real. Yeah. Uh,
Wow.
Martin, it's okay. That like I haven't heard any spoilers here that like there's nothing I haven't heard elsewhere that I just heard here about Lost. So don't worry. Um, nobody gave anything away, and I also had to step away for a few minutes anyway, so it's okay. And there sometimes like Susie Greenberg says, like I was watching some Lost with her just spontaneously, not planned, but she happened to be there and I played it, and she said you really can't understand the ending of Lost unless you watch it multiple times. She said she had to watch it several times through before she fully understood it. So it's complicated. Uh, I guess the creators said they learned lessons from Lost. Yeah, they said something to that effect somewhere. But they're still very proud of it, as they should be. Jack Bender was asked something about that in an interview last season of From with E-Man, and Jack sounded kind of hurt, when the question was brought up about some backlash against the Lost finale. Jack Bender said he's very proud of that finale. He directed it, and you know, he worked really hard on it, and he stands by it. So anyway, David said, "I'm hoping season 4 is partly a prequel season with Julie's story walking back." Now that could happen. That would be interesting. I would really miss seeing our current characters, but what I think is probably what I'm predicting is going to happen is that there will be a time jump. We'll pick up in future Julie's time and we'll stay there, and everyone will still be there. Um, maybe just a year from now or something, and a year from whatever time they're in. And then we'll see her story walking back to various cycles, but it won't take us away from our characters for too long. Give us windows into those cycles without having to dump exposition on us. We can actually see some things that happen and gain insights. She can bring them back and help solve the mystery using that. I think it's the story walking thing is the perfect device for that, and I believe that's probably why they even set it up this way and described it the way they did, that it's called story walking and you can view chapters but you can't change them. That's what Ethan said. To me, that spells out what they're planning on doing. She's going to go back and view chapters and not be able to change them. Ethan is our kind of guide on how things work around here. So I would be very surprised if they don't go back and show us chapters from the past through Julie. And she'll gain insight at the very least. So, yeah, Martin. Yeah, Susie's like the Lost aficionado. So maybe the three of us can watch some Lost because she's obsessed with it too. But you're on very different time than me. Hopefully, we can find a time we can all do it in the Discord. So Jack should be great. That makes me feel so much better. Yes. You're welcome, Martin. Jack should be proud of what he created, and I feel bad that, like some of the backlash makes him feel like hurt. He seemed really hurt when he said, like, I'm really proud of this creation, that finale. Anyway, so I think we're on number 7, right? Collaborate and discuss.
Yep, collaborate and discuss. So we did a little bit of that now. Engage with others, join online communities, or discuss with friends. Share your theories and invite feedback to spot blind spots. And debate theories, challenge your own ideas and consider alternative perspectives. So, yep, collaboration often reveals connections you might have missed. Absolutely.
That's exactly what we're doing here. I mean, that's the whole point of these live streams, is literally what we are doing. We're like collaborating to and discussing and sharing ideas, exchanging ideas. Like that's what this is. It's interactive. We're not just it's not like a live stream where we're coming here and spouting our ideas like some kind of a lecture, and you're just listening. We're doing this, everybody who does these from live streams is to share theories and ideas, and collaborative theory crafting is a lot of fun, and it's also, I think, more effective than doing that in a vacuum by yourself. Putting your heads together and bouncing ideas off each other, it can spark ideas that you wouldn't have come up with otherwise. Something somebody says sparks something in you. I've done it. I mean, the same thing. I mean, that's exactly what happened with me and Tony one time on Real Enigma's live stream. We were on there and I was presenting a theory, and it sparked Tony to have a theory based on just one thing that I said. I presented my theory, Tabitha is going to be in Camden, Maine, and the ambulance coming to town will have the EMT, Acosta. She will be from Camden, and she'll tell everybody that Tabitha got out and she met her. And then Tony just said, okay, I know it. I just know it. Tabitha's coming back in that ambulance. She's literally going to be in the ambulance. And he was right. But it took having a discussion to putting our heads together to spark that idea in him. And he landed on a theory that turned out to be correct. I wound up getting on board his theory within a few days. I thought about it and I said, oh, you know what? My theory is partly right, but I'm switching to his. His took a component of mine and built on it, and I agreed with him, and turned out it was correct. So that's the fun thing about all of this stuff, you know. It's it's enjoyable to hear other people's perspectives, even if they differ from your own, even if you're not um getting on board with each other's ideas, like I happen to do with Tony. Like, just hearing other people's perspectives is also fun and enjoyable, and might challenge your own theories. It might challenge you to think a little more critically, um, and think, you know, reevaluate, you know, how strong your theories are, and whether you should tweak them or not. So that's the best part for me. This right here, number 7, is my favorite part of the whole thing. I enjoy this even more than literally just watching the show, to be honest. I would miss talking to this community more than anything if the show had gotten canceled. And I thought about that when we were waiting for the announcement, that how terrible it would be to lose this community, this space for discussion and debate. You know, it would have been terrible, but anyway. So Chris said, this will be snake eating its tail, future eating the past. The future is ahead of a snake, trying to change the past, but ends up just becoming a loop. I agree. I agree. I don't think I think this is an endless loop bootstrap paradox, closed loop model of time travel, um, where you cannot go back and change the past. I agree. And if you go back, if you change the past, whatever you do will just wind up causing the thing that you were trying to prevent. Um, so I completely agree. Julie throwing the rope to Boyd is an example of a closed loop paradox. She didn't actually change anything. She went back and completed an action that had already happened. And if she hadn't done it, then her present reality wouldn't exist as it was. Her present reality consisted of Boyd already still there. You know, Boyd was there with her. So she didn't actually go out and change anything. She completed a loop, an endless cycle. So I think that's what we're going to see. We already got a preview of it, the model of time travel we're looking at here, I think. That means that we can't change anything. I'm standing by that. Samuel said I got it my first time binge watching it. Oh, with Lost, huh? People spoiled it for me in advance. Oh no. That's it's easy to do with a show that old. I've managed to avoid really serious spoilers. I've heard people say what it is, but I think that they're wrong, because I've heard people say they're big fans of the show say that they're wrong and they misunderstood it. So I've been able to avoid the major spoilers so far. Hopefully I can continue, but it's like Back to the Future. Yeah. Going to the past can only screw things up worse. Yeah. I think in this case they just can't change anything. I think in Back to the Future they could he could have wiped himself out of existence. Marty. So that would be a grandfather paradox type of thing. But um so number 8, finalize your solution. So that one says weigh the evidence, prioritize clues based on consistency and relevance. So, for example, critical versus supporting. Okay, so clues with some consistency and relevance. So, like, yeah, like major clues versus just, you know, smaller clues that are supporting something. Present your theory, state your conclusion clearly, and like, for example, the island is a simulation. List supporting clues in a logical order, and prepare for twists. Be ready to adjust if a last minute reveal flips the script. So yeah, you never know. Like, there could be last minute twists, and so you have to always account for that. And to keep your theory concise. Focus on the strongest evidence. Yeah. Um, I'm not being concise is not exactly my strong suit, to be honest.
Me
I
neither.
I'm not good at being concise. That's why my videos are so long. But I do try to focus on the strongest evidence, though. I try. Uh, I've never been concise. Um, for me, a concise video is 19 minutes. It's about as short as I can get. I think I finally managed to release a video that was 12 minutes and something seconds long. That was recent, really recently. That was the shortest video I ever made. But most of my videos are 20 something to 30 something minutes long on average. It's a lot. I can't help it. It's always been like that. Um, okay. So then number 9 is reflect on the process. After the solution, ask, what did I get right? What did I miss? Um, yeah. Yeah, like after the reincarnation reveal, I was looking back and like I saw like a few clues. Going back doing the rewatch, now I see some clues that I didn't even notice to begin with, and I was right about that. But I noticed some things I actually overlooked. Certain things, though, are details and foreshadowing that you wouldn't have understood until you see the reveal later. Um,
Mm.
and note how the show's style or misdirection affected your investigation. So that's a good way to learn for the next time. Actually, I was just about to say that, and that's literally the next bullet point. Learn for next time. Identify strategies that worked and areas to improve. So yeah, so learning from your mistakes. If you got it wrong, okay, well, okay, what happened? Did you make some logical leaps? Too many assumptions without hard evidence? Because that's a really common and easy mistake to make. You have to, you know, like if you have to come up with too many what ifs or, you know, this could have happened because of this and this and this, but without giving hard evidence that's actually in the show, um, then you might have a problem. You gotta be able to point to enough evidence in the show itself and not just, oh, well, this could be the example because we've seen this type of plot line happen in movies and TV before, but that's like a really common mistake I think people make, that kind of reasoning. Um, an example prompt is, how did the use of flashbacks mislead me? Right. Like maybe some faulty flashbacks, like Victor's flashbacks, that could be misleading for sure because they're often wrong, inaccurate. So,
Sometimes
um,
deceptive.
oh yeah. Um,
Yeah, it's cold tonight.
yeah. 50 people. Look at that. Got up to 50 people. Wow. Thanks for watching. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button so people can find the stream more easily. Push this through the algorithm. Steve Wickert, hey, what's up? So would Julie's story walking be the future pooping in the past's mouth? And that future eating the past? Oh my lord.
Oh
Or
my.
Ouroboros etology. Oh my god, that's an image. Jesus. Steve, the image. Oh my god.
Women tend to pad a Ouroboros.
Yeah, what is that? I've got to Google that. Oh, okay, so that's the snake eating its tail. The the Ouroboros is an ancient symbol depicting a snake or serpent biting its own tail, representing a continuous cycle, often symbolizing eternity, rebirth, and the cyclical nature of life and death. Um, yeah, I think we definitely have that going on in this show with with the time loops. It's the snake eating its own tail. God, that image. It says, sorry, guys, it's another edible night. No, don't be sorry, Steve. It's funny. Please, give us your colorful commentary.
So should we
It's
do a watch
entertaining.
party for the human centipede?
Jesus Christ, no. Never.
I think there are 3 of them.
Oh my God. That abomination of a movie actually spawned 2 sequels. It's, oh my God, it's unthinkable to me. It's how that even got made in the first place, and then to make sequels to it. Jesus. Oh, the most disturbing concept I have ever heard of in a movie in my entire life.
I
And
was at a night
I haven't, huh?
I was at a nightclub once called Club Hell, and they were playing it on the TVs there on one of the nights. I don't remember if it was a goth night or what, but yeah. It's probably fetish night.
Oh, yeah. Um, that's nasty. Um, I, I wouldn't have the fortitude to watch a movie like this. I just couldn't. I've heard enough about it, and I even just out of morbid curiosity, I read the Wikipedia synopsis of it, and even that repulsed me so much. I could never. There were people who watched it, and, even really tough people who are not squeamish were throwing up watching that movie. Yeah. Oh,
I need to make a
thanks. That.
movie, The Kaiju Centipede. This will be a hit.
Oh, no. Yeah. I'd watch that over the human centipede.
It will
Jeez.
literally be about a giant centipede,
Mm.
maybe
Well,
from outer space, with crazy colors and lasers.
well, that I could handle. Sure. I could handle that one. Hi,
And
Catherine.
it joins with a bunch of others at their butts.
Okay, no, never mind. I'm out. I'm out. No,
Across the line.
yes. That's it for me. It's a wrap. Uh, Hi, Catherine. She said, I think Victor will change at some point. I can, let's see, something, wait, I can find whatever final conflict, he'll no longer be so unreliable mentally. Yeah, I could see that happening. Like, his memories are starting to return. Um, yeah, like right now, he's starting to uncover buried memories. They're coming back to him. So I agree. I think he'll be more reliable. She said, I think something will click in his head. And he's going to be the guide to figuring out how to try and break the cycle, like the From fog, and he'll know what to do. Yeah, I could totally see that actually. Like he could be a key factor in time. And he's trying to, I mean, right now, I mean, he was trying to remember something that would be useful to find out why everybody died in 1978. And I was really psyched to get an answer to that. I was thinking he was actually going to remember something to explain why everybody died, but all he remembered was why his mother left for the tree. It's because the boy in white told Christopher he needed to go, and then Victor told his mother. So that let me down. I really wanted that answer to why everybody died, but I think if they gave that answer out, maybe it would be revealing too much about the mystery, and so that they're holding that back. But eventually, we need an answer as to why that massacre happened. There has to be something to trigger everyone in town getting massacred. No one is that unlucky. It just doesn't happen that way. Even before there were talismans, there were not total massacres all the time. Uh, when Donna was there before Boyd, people survived. Like, yes, they had a lot more deaths, but there were always people still alive there. And so, yeah, there's something that triggered it, and we need to know what it is. So Victor could be the key to remembering that in time. Martin said my mate showed me the trailer. I was like, there's no way. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, no way in hell. Um, Steve said, are we all still in agreement that Pedro Pascal is probably playing Eloise? Well, he plays practically everything. He's everywhere. So who knows? Maybe Eloise had a sex change and it's Pedro Pascal. You never know. He's all over the place. Catherine said, yes, for sure. Victor is a key factor. The being there and his bloodline. Yeah, I think so too. Okay. So, Pooh, what are you doing? Sorry, Pooh's climbing on stuff and knocking things over.
It's okay. My dog's pacing back and forth for some reason.
So we've got additional strategies for advanced detectives. Oh, this sounds interesting. So, you want to take this, Doc?
Sure. Reverse engineer twists. Work backwards from a known reveal to spot early clues. That could teach you some patterns on how I'm guessing on how they might reveal well, on how later twists might work and how they like to lay their clues.
Mm-hmm.
Track character arcs. Map how characters change and how it ties to the mystery. Okay, I can see that. Like with Boyd, how he changes a bit. He has to yeah. Well, yeah, he did. He started torturing Elgin, but he didn't finish it up. But yeah, he did kind of go against things that he initially believed in there. So there's some changes and ties to the mystery with they're trying to break in.
Yes. There that ties into the mission. The mission of the play seems to be to break everyone. They're trying to
Mhm.
break everyone, Boyd most of all, but they're trying to break everyone. We see everyone being pushed toward their breaking points, and so that's definitely key to the place. And I think, in my opinion, I think that if the place can manage to break everyone enough, that's what triggers the total massacre. That's what happened in 1978. So, like they break them down to the point of no return, morally, ethically. Like, for example, being willing to engage in child sacrifice if they were to get enough people, if this place got enough people to think that this is the way out, for example, well, that would be breaking people down so much that they're irredeemable and then wipe them out. That could be how the cycle has ended in the past. That maybe that's the goal. It would align with the theme of child sacrifice in the original origin, the origin story of the town, beginning with child sacrifice. So I think it's so that, like, looking at it through this lens of with all these strategies here, like, that's a theory that could make logical sense based on what we already know, what the show's already revealed to us about child sacrifice starting all of it. That people could be drawn in that direction, misled to believe that this is what's necessary to escape, and if you get enough people on board with that, then they're broken enough, you've milked enough fear and pain out of them and fed off of them enough, then you wipe them out and start fresh, bring in more people. And also that reverse engineer thing. I've been doing that now, looking back. Now that I know that this show actively uses foreshadowing, um, now that I know that because they've revealed reincarnation and we go back to the rewatch and I see foreshadowing, not just clues, but more subtle foreshadowing that reincarnation was going to be a thing. Now that I know for sure that they actually are doing that, I'm looking for potential foreshadowing of other things. So that's a really great way to approach theory crafting. That first one. I meant to jump in and say that, but reverse engineering twists, that's a great strategy, working backward from a known reveal to spot early clues. And that's where the rewatch comes in. So, like for example, the Ethan in yellow stuff. People laugh at it and stuff, but we're scrutinizing the rewatch closely, not deliberately looking for that in particular. It's not like, oh, I want Ethan to be the man in yellow, but I know for a fact that the show actively uses foreshadowing because now I've seen how they did it with reincarnation. So I see things that could be potential foreshadowing of Ethan becoming the man in yellow. Doesn't mean he will be, no, but it's something that's valid because, again, we've got foreshadowing of a known reveal that happened, the reincarnation. So yeah, that's one thing that I've been looking at. And what's next, Doc?
Okay. Next is use Occam's razor. Favor simpler explanations, but stay open to complexity.
Yep. Overthinking it, I mean,
Yeah.
yes, this is a complex show, but you know, the simplest explanation tends to be most likely to be true. That's Occam's razor. So if you get a little bit too deep in the weeds, as much as it's fun to have the tinfoil theories, dive down that rabbit hole. If you go too far down there, you can run the risk of you know, going too far. So it's more likely that the explanation will be simpler than some of the more convoluted, extremely intricate theories. So yeah, like not overcomplicating it is a good idea.
And then next is research genre tropes. Learn common mystery box tricks, such as unreliable narrators. Yeah, we've looked into a little bit of stuff like that. We did last week on red herrings, and we kind of covered a little bit of creepy children tropes when we covered the boy in white. We covered some horror tropes with crows. So yeah, I get that one.
Hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. Yeah. The crows and um. Oh, obviously unreliable narrators. We got that one.
Right.
Um. Yeah. Red herrings. Yeah, that's a common mystery box trick. And let's see, are there any others that apply to from? Um, well, like misleading cliffhangers. Cliffhangers that are
Mhm.
designed to lead you in a specific direction to misdirect you. Um, like Tabitha waking up in the hospital makes it seem like maybe none of this is real. Don't jump to the simplest conclusion when you see something like that. Tabitha waking up in the hospital, so some people would naturally jump right to that conclusion. Okay, well, maybe none of this is real and everyone's hooked up to headsets somewhere in the hospital, but that's that kind of cliffhanger is that's another common trick to leave you with something like that. Um, and then last one is stay
Stay.
flexible. Yeah.
Yep. Stay flexible. Rewatch episodes with fresh theories in mind.
Yeah. Yes. which we all certainly do that. The diehards among us who are still here, or if you're here now, right now, at 3:39 a.m. Eastern time in a From related live stream, then you're definitely one of us diehards who do this already, rewatching episodes with fresh theories in mind and all of that. So we're all part of that tribe here. That's that goes without saying. And yeah, the more you rewatch, the better. I haven't even rewatched it that many times. I only found the show about 13 months ago, roughly. And so this is really just, I think it's only my third watch through, but I pay really close attention. And every time I've watched it, I've taken notes all three times. So, um, I haven't watched it 20 times like some people, but I haven't had years to do that. And um, but it's definitely great to rewatch and be flexible, willing to change your theories if necessary based on what you see. You know. Hey, Christine Jellybean, Dr.
Hello.
Maboose. I forgot about that. Dr. Maboose is one of the things I put on the watch list after the season 3 finale because everybody was talking about it. So I definitely want to check it out. Um, I know our friend Doug Hughes read the book just out of curiosity. He got a bunch of books that people had connected to from as possible sources of inspiration, and just for the hell of it, he thought it'd be interesting to read these things and see if there might be some kind of connection or inspiration. And Dr. Maboose was one of them. He even had a picture of Mini Man in Yellow next to doing some light reading of Dr. Maboose on his Instagram. So there's a book and a movie. So I need to check out. 63 people. Holy shit. And you're welcome, Dieter. You're
I think
welcome.
there are
I,
two
I don't think he
movies.
I don't think he can hear right now, but are there two?
I think there's another movie that has Dr. Mabuse as a villain in it.
Oh, okay. It sounds like a cool concept. From what I've heard about it. We're now up over 60 people. That's really wild to me. Because we start out with you know, uh, we start out with under 20 people, and then it sort of hovers in the 20s for a while, and then by the middle of the night we get here. It's funny to me. But
People who can't sleep,
thank
the
you.
insomniac crowd.
I think
You're
Welcome
so.
back.
making their coffee in the morning.
Could be. So, thank you for watching and or listening. We appreciate it. Please hit the like button. And we'll keep doing these From Academy lives every Friday night. Doc joins us at 12:30 a.m., but normally we start at 11:30 p.m. Sometimes earlier, it depends. Now and then we have Doug Hughes join as a guest on Friday night, and when he joins, then we start at 10 p.m. But we always let you know well in advance when that's going to happen. Um, and every Friday we do a theme that we explore. So we're doing our murder mystery, or not murder mystery, but our mystery unraveling technique theme. Next week we're going to be doing the theme on the nightmare creatures on From, I believe. So and we have a section on the
Excellent.
Discord. If you're not a member of the Discord, join the Discord in the description of this video if you want to share your ideas and we can discuss them. Whether or not you're able to make it, we know we do this really late at night. If you're not able to make it, but you want us to discuss your ideas, you can write them in the From Academy channel in the Discord. We'll discuss them and you can always listen on the replay. And of course, we'll credit you. Or just write them in and show up to the live, and you can, we can go over them during the live stream. So anyone has theories on the monsters, aka the nightmare creatures, you can put them in the From Academy channel in the Discord, or if you're not a Discord person, you can just show up and discuss your theories next week. And Wednesday next week, we'll do another a casual From Theory Chat live. If Doug Hughes is available, then we'll do a live with him to start. And so I'll check and see, and I'll let you know. Doug is our frequent guest, who we love having on to tell his awesome stories and just have fun from theory chats. He tells stories from his acting and theater career, and just his life in general. He's just an absolute joy to have on. So if he's available next Wednesday, we'll do another of those. And if not, we'll just do a From Theory Chat live. And then the next week, we'll get back to the From Rewatch. So not next week, but the following week. We'll dive back in. We're somewhere around the middle of season 2 right now, and we'll start doing that every week again because my schedule is going to be lighter after next week. Next week, I'm going to be finishing my coverage of The Handmaid's Tale and The Last of Us because both shows are ending their seasons. Well, Handmaid's Tale series is ending. Monday night is the finale for the whole series. I'm going to move my Last of Us live stream to accommodate that. So Monday night at midnight, I'm going to do a watch party in my Discord. If anybody likes The Handmaid's Tale, if you want to, or if you want to just, even if you've tuned out, but you're curious to see how it ends, then you can join and watch with me at midnight, Monday night, in the Discord. The link to the Discord is in the description of the video, and I will be releasing, I just released a new deep dive on Nick's journey, character journey, and his demise in episode 9, his shocking demise, and why this happened, why this unfortunately needed to happen. And that's out now. I just released it a little while ago, and my next deep dive will cover the rest of that incredible, mind-blowing episode 9, the penultimate episode of the series. I'll have that out hopefully by the end of the weekend. And then Tuesday night we'll do The Last of Us. I think we'll do The Last of Us live Tuesday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. And then Wednesday night we'll do a From themed one. We'll do like a From Theory Chat, and if Doug is available, we'll have Doug Hughes on Wednesday night too. Sunday night will be I skipped over a day. Sunday night will be the watch party in the Discord for The Last of Us season finale at 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll stream that at 9. We'll do a discussion about it. If anybody wants to see it a second time, we'll watch it twice and discuss Sunday night. So all of the information I just said, all that schedule stuff is in the description of this video too. And every week I announce it in my community tab on YouTube also. Tonight, Saturday night, we're going to do a watch party for definitely a Nightmare on Elm Street related movie. It'll be either Nightmare on Elm Street 4, maybe 5, or Freddy versus Jason and one of the Nightmare on Elm Street movies, like number 4. We'll have to figure that out, but it will definitely be a Freddy movie at 10 p.m. Eastern Saturday night. So that's in the Discord. All that info for like where to find the Discord and the schedule, the live schedule is in the description of the video here. So anyway, yeah, Rose, Nick's rise in power, that's a great point. Nick's rise in power is parallel to his rise in corruption. Yeah, he's been rising through the ranks of Gilead and becoming more and more selfish and, unfortunately, yeah, more cowardly and unwilling to take as many risks to do what's right. And he only ever took risks for June anyway, the one woman he happens to love, but screw everybody else, I guess. So, it's unfortunate. So I did a whole video deep dive on that. I had a lot to say about it, so I went really far on that. It's It's 29 minutes long, and it's diving into that whole thing. And my next deep dive will cover the rest of that mind blowing episode. It was absolutely amazing. I thought it was the best episode of The Handmaid's Tale to date. Personally, I know a lot of fans will not agree because they're upset about Nick, and I understand that he was popular. He was a character that you really wanted to root for, and I was hoping against hope that he would step up in the end and redeem himself, do the right thing. He still could have. He was not irredeemable, but he never did anything that was irredeemable. But in the end, it just didn't happen. Thank you, Rose, for the support. Appreciate it. Please do hit the like button, folks. Chris said long wait for next season, but well worth it. Can't believe how they broke up the family. Talk about heartbreaking, upping the stakes. These writers better be able to pay this all off. Oh, I think so. You're talking about I think he's talking about Jim dying. He must be talking about Jim dying. Yeah, it's not too bad of a wait. At least it's not as long as the last wait because there wasn't a writer's strike, of course, this time. So we should have it by early 2026. That's what people are predicting, maybe by February 2026. So it could be worse. Could be worse. Not too bad. In the meantime, we'll find other shows to enjoy. We'll keep doing the rewatch and theory crafting on From. And this summer we've got Welcome to Derry. That looks great. Scarlet is picking out an outfit for a steampunk thing for tomorrow, trying to figure out if a black lace caplet matches a paisley Victorian dress. Victorian dress, that sounds pretty. Yes, so here we have this is the replay of Scarlett's live with Jamie on the Sci-Fi Vision channel. They did a 4-hour long Yellow Jackets live with special guests and tier rankings. So yeah, please support our friends here, Scarlett and Jamie, and hit the like button. And Nick go boom. Yes. Nick went boom, all right. He went out with a bang. He went out with a bang. Too soon. If June didn't escape, how could Nick now have her as a handmaiden? Um, well, yeah, he could have, I guess. If he wasn't dead, yeah, he could have. That would be kind of awkward. But yeah, with his miserable, nasty wife. Oh God, let's not even get that image in our heads with the wife and June and Nick, in the ceremony. Less said of that, the better. Yes, poor Jim, Chris. I agree. He got a raw deal. That was just not fair. I think they will pay it off. I do. It was it was brutal. Yes, they upped the stakes. They needed to. A lot of people said they needed a major death to up the stakes because there were no major deaths in season 2. Personally, I'm fine with not having a lot of deaths. I don't really need that. I'm fine with it. Like, I'd rather people not get killed off, but I understand it. It's a horror series with, murderous shape-shifting monsters. So if we don't have any major deaths, then you start to feel like there's less of a sense of danger and urgency. So, and poor Julie too. Julie with the harrowing scream echoed and reverberated into the end credits. Well, the finale. Oh, I'm starting to get a headache from not enough sleep yesterday. I got 7 hours. Jesus. If I get less than 8 hours of sleep now, apparently it's not enough anymore. I hate it. I feel like sleep is such a waste of time.
I have a hard time functioning
So,
without a full 8 hours.
what talk?
I have a hard time functioning without a full 8 hours.
Yeah,
Makes
I
my
used to
body
be able
hurt.
to do. Yeah, like I used to be able to do just fine on 6.5 hours, no problem. 7 hours, definitely no problem. But now I feel like I need 8 and sucks. I don't like it. It's just such a waste of time. I've never liked going to sleep since I was a kid. I hate it. I wish I didn't need to. So, moving on. The next section is the quick reference cheat sheet here.
Oh yeah, that's
So,
not really.
is that just like an overview of like what we just went over?
Wait, quick reference. Cheat sheet. Oh, hold on. Yeah, pretty much. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, we're pretty much. Oh, I know why I'm getting a little confused. I wandered looking to see if we had anything left to cover. 1 second.
Okay.
I think that we're pretty much done. Um, and then if you want, we can cover a thing or two in the theory crafting section. The theory crafting, it's pretty much all the same stuff. You're just focusing on a specific theory rather than trying to solve the overall mystery
Mm-hmm.
and then
Sure.
testing that instead of testing the it. Looking, I looked through it all while you were talking, and it's all the same stuff that we've already covered, except for it has a section on ethics and
Mm-hmm.
one theory crafting, and that's something
Oh
that
yeah,
we could read. Let's see, closing the case, bullet
I see it. I've
points,
got it.
and yeah, the quick reference cheat sheet. That was just basically definitions
Yeah.
or yeah, it just goes through everything really quickly. Organize, categorize clues, visual character, plot, map, use mind maps for patterns, theorize, build multiple hypotheses, test, check for consistency and red herrings, refine, adjust theories with new insights, consider creator, study their style for clues, collaborate, discuss with others, finalize, present your solution clearly, and reflect, learn from the process. And those are the steps to analyzing your clues and formulating a theory based upon them.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Okay.
and then if you back out of that, there's the theory crafting guide. And the only newish thing in there was, which number was it?
The bullet point theory crafting guide.
Oh no, it's number 5, ethics and practices.
Oh, okay.
And it's fairly short.
Uh, okay. Wait, ethics and
Ethics and best practices. Number, it says
oh yeah, I
5
had it,
dot.
and then I
Oh, okay.
clicked out of it. There it
I
is.
wasn't sure. The folders look like a maze to me sometimes.
I do. Yes. Yeah. You collected an amazing amount of awesome info here.
I kind of compiled a lot of them.
Yeah, it's great.
Well, thank you. So we'll cover some ethics and best practices when theory crafting. So crafting fan theories for mystery box shows like Lost, Westworld, Stranger Things, From. It's a thrilling way to dive deeper into the story and connect with other fans. However, it's essential to approach this process with care to ensure your theories enhance the experience for everyone involved, from creators to fellow fans. So first part is respecting creators and fans. Fan theories should celebrate the show's creativity while remaining mindful of their impact. Respecting both the creators and the fan community keeps the process enjoyable and constructive. Um, So try to avoid harmful or disrespectful theories. Theories should avoid sorry, my cat was climbing on me. Um, theories should avoid causing harm or disrespect, even if unintentionally. So here's how to steer clear of some trouble. Avoid stereotypes or misrepresentations. Don't base theories on stereotypes or misinterpret characters' identities, such as race, gender, sexuality, in ways that could offend. For example, suggesting a character's actions stem solely from their background can feel reductive. Steer clear of glorifying harm. Avoid theories that might romanticize violence, abuse, or other sensitive topics, keeping in mind fans who may be affected by these issues. Honor the creator's work. While speculation is the goal, avoid dismissing the creator's vision outright. It's all a dream, for example. Focus on theories that build on their storytelling. Tip. Before sharing, ask, could this upset or alienate someone? If so, maybe refine your idea. What do you think, Julie?
Um, yeah, definitely. I mean, avoiding stereotypes is really important. And especially nowadays, like we have to like thankfully modern TV and movies stories like tend to be less laden with stereotypes, so and that's a good thing, because
Agatha
now we're
Christie,
more.
though.
Huh.
Agatha Christie, though, relied a lot on stereotypes.
Yeah, true, very true, and now I like that we're now in a place where you know, I hate the way that the word woke has been co-opted from what its origins were. Woke is not a pejorative. Being woke, it means being like enlightened, awake you know, to truth and reality, and like not not having blinders on. I mean, like not believing in a bunch of stereotypes and being full of prejudice. That's a good thing, but the word got co-opted and turned into a pejorative. I like that we're in a place now where we don't have our our entertainment loaded with, stereotypes and based on race, gender, sexuality, that kind of a thing. So we shouldn't base our theories on those things either. Don't expect, you know, like if you're, if you're analyzing something that's modern, that's recent, then yeah, don't expect if your theories are based on stereotypes, don't expect that to be accurate. Yeah, if you're watching some interpretation of an Agatha Christie story, then that's different. Because Agatha Christie wrote her books a long time ago. The norms were different, so she did rely on some stereotypes and characters. But if it's modern stuff, yeah, you definitely shouldn't make your theories based on that. And yeah, um, glorifying harm, yeah, we definitely don't want to do that either. Romanticizing violence or abuse, anything like that. I mean, let's be real. There are a lot of, I'm not shaming anybody, but there are a lot of horror fans that do love gore. It doesn't mean that you're like some kind of fiend in real life and you want to see real violence. It's just like it's I don't know. It's something some people enjoy in their entertainment, and that's it. It's not like you're a violent person who'd actually want to see it for real. So I mean, I understand why people want to see like more. Some horror fans want to see more gore on From, more violence, and I I'm just not in that camp because that's not my thing. I enjoy the show for the mystery. So I don't I don't particularly like gore. I tolerate gore if there's a good story. That's why I like slasher movies that have a good mystery. Anyway, but yeah, no shade against anyone who likes the gory stuff. I mean, that's perfectly fine. That's your thing. If you like horror because of that, that's fine. Um, but yeah, if you go a little too crazy with it, make your theories based on that. Like, no, I mean, in the case of Jim, well, I know a lot of people were really happy that Jim got killed off, and were maybe romanticizing that, but it was more of a joke than anything else. Um, and yeah, we don't want to dismiss the creator's vision outright. I think you read that one too, right?
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it as much as we want the story to end, everybody wants their own idea for, like, we all have an idea of how we want a story to end, but that may not be the story that they want to tell, and it's their story to tell. So we've got to respect their vision for it, and that's a good thing to keep in mind.
So the next part is fostering positive community interactions. Engaging with other fans is part of the fun, but it should always be positive and respectful. Invite discussion. Share your theory with an open mind, encouraging others to weigh in. Try saying, "What do you think about this idea?" to spark dialogue. Handle disagreements well. If someone challenges your theory, respond thoughtfully. For example, "I see your point. Here's why I think differently," instead of getting defensive. Keep it civil. Focus on the theory, not the person. Avoid personal jabs, even in heated debates. For example, in Westworld discussions, fans might disagree with the host's free will. A respectful response could be, "I get why you'd see it that way. Here's my take based on episode 3."
Right. That's good. That's important. Civil discourse, respecting other people's differing opinions, because Lord knows in this fandom, and from, there are many differing opinions, and so we never want to belittle anyone else's ideas, laugh at them. Like, I'm really, this is really important to me as someone with a channel. I feel a responsibility to make sure that that's not tolerated here. Any kind of bullying or disrespect toward other people's ideas, or ridicule, that doesn't fly here. And fortunately, I've rarely ever seen that come up. I've rarely ever seen anybody acting like that here, which is good. I try to model kindness the best I can, and if you do that, you tend to attract the same type. Like, you model kindness, you try to project kindness, you try to attract people who will behave in a similar manner, and so um I'm glad to see people disagreeing agreeably. Like, you can the saying, you can disagree, but disagree agreeably. Disagree, um, with tact and respect. Even if it's a tinfoil theory, and you can privately think whatever you want. You can think it's silly. You can chuckle to yourself or to somebody in private, but you never want to belittle anybody to their face.
That's why I like kicking
Then what?
blind people.
What?
I just, sorry.
Okay. Talk about a funny out of context quote that would be.
I'm good for those. I live for them.
Yeah, that's
Someday
great.
someone will make a little book, 101 out of context quotes of Doc Kaiju.
Yeah. Yes.
The
Non
next one,
sequiturs.
the next one I think
Yeah.
we kind of sometimes we do it a little bit here. Handling spoilers. Spoilers can spoil the fun for fans not caught up with the show. Handling them carefully ensures everyone can enjoy the mystery at their own pace. Sharing theories without ruining surprises. When posting theories, protect others from unwanted reveals. Use spoiler warnings. Label content with episodes or seasons it covers. For example, spoilers, season 1 finale. Or use spoiler tags on platforms like Reddit. Stay vague when needed. Hint at big twists without spilling them. For example, a reveal in season 2 changes everything instead of detailing it. Respect timing. After a new episode drops, give fans a grace period. Check community norms before diving into spoilers. If you give a spoiler warning, I don't think that's necessary. Tip: when in
Yeah.
doubt, assume it's a spoiler and add a warning.
Yeah, definitely. Um, yeah, season 3 was a shit show with From.
My God, it was.
The
Thankfully, I missed
leaks.
most of it.
Me too. Me too. Um, it's amazing, but even though I have a channel, I was able to avoid the spoilers for the most part. It helped that my channel was just getting off the ground, so not I wasn't getting inundated with massive amounts of people in comments. The most I ever got in my chat was like it was a good amount, but 167 people was the most I got in the chat, and then for comments, I would get like maybe 100 comments on a video, which was a whole lot, but I didn't have people dropping spoilers all the time. Like they would go to people's channels and drop spoilers in the comment section in the live chats, and so it just ruined the season for a lot of the fans who wanted the mystery to be preserved, which was a real shame. And then those of us who were making theories in good faith got accused of having seen the leaks when and if we were correct, myself included, that's just upsetting. You work hard theory crafting and putting clues together, and then the clues are right there for you to follow. It's a trail of breadcrumbs. So naturally, you can come to this conclusion without the leaks, but we those of us like me who predicted reincarnation were being accused falsely of having seen the leaks, which is just terrible. I put so much time and effort into my videos, and I didn't see any leaks. I kept my head down. I didn't even have time to follow as much as I wanted to. There are a lot of great channels covering From, but I was so busy launching my own channel that I didn't have time to go to other people's From lives, or most of the time anyway, or watch other people's videos, or even spend much time in Discord, where I know some spoilers also spread, not in mine, but in other people's bigger Discords. And so, yeah, I kept my head down. I avoided seeing most of it. The only inkling I got that reincarnation was going to be revealed is when people started accusing me of having seen the leaks. I thought, okay, I guess it must be true then. So in a way, it was kind of spoiled for me, because I mean, I already predicted it, but when someone says you must have seen the leaks, that tells me, okay, well, I guess it's right then. So that kind of sucks. It reduced the element of surprise for me, but on the other hand, leaks can be wrong. Sometimes leaks can be done by trolls, and they could be fake. So I couldn't be sure until I actually saw it, and I was still surprised that they confirmed it as clearly as they did. So it didn't totally ruin the surprise in the end for me, and luckily I managed to come to the conclusion on my own before anything came my way, before somebody well, I had to come to it on my own for someone to say, "Hey, oh yeah, haha, you saw the leaks." You know, buzz off. I just banned idiots like that making slanderous accusations without any evidence. And I only got a handful of people saying that anyway. But hopefully next season MGM will keep a tighter lid on things and be more careful who they give their screeners to, because clearly they gave them to some people who are not reliable. That's the only way those leaks could have gotten out. I mean, I guess other people working on the show could have leaked stuff. It's possible. But that was terrible. Anyway, yeah, you never want to be that person that spoils things for others. And anyone who does that just for fun, like you need a hobby or something. Like what are you doing with your life? This is You could be doing so many other things with your time, but you're choosing to spend your time ruining the enjoyment of the show for fans, just dropping spoilers. Somebody came
That's
into The only time it happened here in this chat was when somebody came in the chat and said, Fatima is going to kill Tilly. And we thought it was a joke because that sounded ridiculous. So I banned the person for another reason. They had a racist sounding name. And I'm glad I banned them because it turned out that was a spoiler. We just thought it was a joke at the time. But people like that are ridiculous. I don't know why they do that. Um, most people don't like spoilers. Some people do. Some people like it. You got to make sure you don't share them unless you're sure the person wants the spoilers and you're in a private setting. So, uh, let's see, where
the
are we now?
Godzilla community is like really terrible when it comes to spoilers. As soon as a movie comes out, because like the Godzilla community has so many young people in it, like children, teenagers, and stuff, and people and kids are getting these at such a young age now. They'll be in the theater watching the movie first showing, filming parts of it with their phone, and then posting it to TikTok, X, uh, wherever they can post it, Facebook groups and stuff. And so, I might be going to a showing later on that day or another day or whenever, but all of a sudden it's the day that the movie just came out, and then there's the ending scene of the movie right there on TikTok, like as soon as I open up the app and stuff like that. It's like, oh man, come on, there's like no etiquette here whatsoever. And then if you try saying anything, they just double down and become mean. And so it's like you
That's
have to
not
kind of like
cool.
avoid
Yeah.
social media when a Godzilla movie comes out if you don't want to have stuff spoiled.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not cool. Why do people feel the need to do this? I don't know. I don't get it. Like, there are a lot of trolls out there too. Uh, um, what is Martin saying here? Uh, yeah, maybe in this case, Martin, I didn't wake up at all. I slept right through all just about 7 hours in my recliner, which makes my certain parts of my pain worse. So that wasn't good right off the bat. And I think on the plus side, I'm gonna be able to actually fall asleep earlier than usual today, and maybe I can start tweaking my sleep schedule and getting it a little more normal because I am really tired now and my headache's getting worse. I could almost fall asleep like any minute. Um, Martin also said, "Does anyone here think Julie Matthews can change the story when she story walks? The fact that there was a bit of a struggle with the man in yellow tells me she can. The man in yellow held Jim up against the lunchbox. Wait, you mean against the RV? And Julie managed to interfere by having a little tussle and being thrown down, so she delayed it at least. Hmm, could be, could be.
Could be.
But that might happen that way every time. If let's say she tries it again, the same thing could happen again. There was a point. A lot of people are pointing to the where Julie said, "I think this is where it happens." Like she wasn't sure. and maybe she's like she's tried this before, um, and like it's possible for her to change it. Like this is the her first attempt. Like this is the first attempt and it's going to happen again is what I meant to say. Because she wasn't sure if this is where it happens. I don't know. I think it I think it could be an endless loop. Uh, I just the reason I don't think again, the reason I don't think that she can change it is because we saw the model of time travel of Julie throwing the rope to Boyd in an endless loop. That looks like closed loop bootstrap paradox time travel. Just because Julie wasn't like we didn't see Julie in some version of reality where Boyd was dead and she goes back in time, throws him the rope and saves him. And now all of a sudden, Boyd is back. It's equivalent to that. Like so if she comes back, if she goes back and saves Jim, it would just be like Boyd, let's say Boyd was dead. Boyd would have had to have died and never got out of the well. And then Julie goes back, throws him the rope, saves him. Now she's changed her present and the future, brought Boyd back. That's not what happened though. All she was doing was completing an action that already happened that way. It happened that way because it always happened that way. She had to go back and complete that action to maintain her status quo, which was Boyd already being there with her. Boyd saving her from that dungeon, which had happened after she threw him the rope. He went and saved her from that cicada coma. That was after. So in this case, we've got future Julie. Her father is dead. She would be going back and changing the fabric of her present reality, bringing him back to life. So that's where it gets tricky for me. For them to do that, we'd be looking at more than one model of time travel within the same show. And I just think it's possible, but I think if they do that, the writing would be awfully messy. You got to kind of pick one model of time travel and stick to it. That's the problem I have with that. It's not that it's not possible. We've seen that model of time travel where you can change things, but I hope they just pick one and stick to it is all I have to say. Just for because time travel is messy as hell anyway. So if you have more than one model, then you're really muddying the waters, you know? Yeah, the closed loop, like in Loki. I haven't seen Loki, but I've seen Dark. I don't know if you've seen the German series Dark, and that's a classic closed loop bootstrap paradox thing. Classic. Oh, that was a joke? The RV, apologies for my Jade joke. The the RV is the lunch. I don't know. I don't know why I'm not getting it, but maybe I'm just too tired to get it. Um, yeah, Dark is masterclass. I can't recommend Dark enough if anyone hasn't watched it and you want to see perfect examples of closed loop bootstrap paradoxes, watch Dark. It's mind-blowing. It's genius. So, and um let's see. I think I think we were at Keep It Civil.
Um, the there was a following guidelines, check former social media rules on spoilers, opt for private spaces, comment carefully in public threads, don't drop spoilers unless poster okays it. Use warnings if you must. Um, all right, so balancing creativity and evidence is where we're at, I believe.
Yeah,
Theories
that was it.
thrive on
Yeah, go ahead.
okay. Theories thrive on imagination, but they are strongest when tied to the show. Striking this balance keeps them compelling and believable. Grounding theories in the show's content. Root your ideas in what's already there. Cite evidence. Back up your theory with specific moments, dialogue, visuals, or events. For instance, if you think a character is hiding something, point to their suspicious glances or behavior. Fit the show's rules. Ensure your theory matches the show's logic and tone. Magical twist might not suit a sci-fi show like Severance. Tie to themes. Reflect the show's big ideas, for example, identity or fate, to make your theory feel like a natural extension. For example, in Lost, theories about the island often linked to its redemption themes, grounded in character arcs. And okay, yep, that's that section. Then there's the last section after that.
Okay. Yeah, that's the part about making sure the theory matches the show's logic and tone. That's important to remember. Um, Obviously, Severance is sci-fi, and it's it's clearly sci-fi. It's not something that magic would fit into. With From, it's harder to peg. If you even look online in different sources, it'll tell you different genres that the show is. Like, in some places, I've seen it listed as a horror slash sci-fi. I've seen it listed as a thriller, um, fantasy. I don't even remember. I think maybe fantasy in some spot, psychological thriller, like multiple different things. So it's harder to categorize. And with From, it's still so ambiguous that it could have sci-fi explanations or it could be magic. I think at this point, Team Magic is definitely the most reasonable conclusion versus Team Science Fiction because of all the lore they just built about the people being turned into monsters to get because they wanted immortality and um the reincarnation. And then, it just makes sense. Yeah, could the faraway trees be portals? Sci-fi portals? They could be, but when you look at all the other lore they've built up, it seems like they're building up some kind of a magical sort of lore rather than a science fiction scenario. So I think it's much less likely after season 3 and what we learned, it's much less likely that they're going to say, "Oh, psych, all that stuff, all that airtime we spent building up all this lore and backstory on the town, but it's bullshit. It's all just a simulation. It's all just or it's all a government experiment or whatever." That's less likely now. It would be a huge bait and switch and a waste of our time and jerking us around in a way that I don't think the creators of the show would do. So, is it a definite that it's more magical? No, it's not. It could still have some kind of big swerve, but in order to pull that off, that kind of a swerve, you would have to say, well, none of what we just found out is actually true then. No reincarnation, no bottle tree being made out of the hope of the sacrificed children. Humans weren't really turned into monsters because they wanted to be immortal. None of it was true. It was all just, you know, uh, bullshit. That wasn't presented to us. And keep in mind how all of those things were presented to us. They were not packaged as random theories that characters had. It wasn't like when Randall thought all those theories he had. Donna's in on it and all this stuff. When Jim thought it might be an experiment, those were just theories characters had. But what we got were revelations. That was literally the title of the finale of season 3. Those were revelations. So we can be pretty certain, just based on the way they were characterized, that it's accurate. Could the characters be mistaken? I don't think so. Because they weren't just having confusing visions like Tabitha's vision of Miranda getting killed. She was confused by that. But what she experienced in the finale was a an unambiguous revelation. She was certain of what happened at that point, that she was reincarnated from Miranda. And because of the writing of that, I trust it that they're not going to bait and switch. So to me, that nixes the sci-fi element. Maybe there could be sci-fi elements within the story, but it's not going to explain the entire thing, in my opinion. No. Um as far as if you think a character's hiding something, point to suspicious glances and things, well, we know the Donna Mole theory people love to point out Donna's shifty eyes and the hands in the pockets and all that stuff. So there's certainly that. Um, and yeah, like the show's like the idea of saving the children, um, the reveal about how those kids were sacrificed in Tabitha and Jade keep coming back over and over because they failed to save those kids. It also ties into some of the show's major themes and ideas. So I think that's even more reason we should trust that we should trust that that's the answer and they're not baiting and switching it later because it ties into the theme of grief, the loss of a child. The Matthews came to town with a huge theme of the loss of the child, Thomas. Um, so it connects with that. It connects with the theme of fate.
So
That it
far,
was
she has been a reliable
Yep.
narrator, one of the few in the
Yes.
story.
Yes. And when she's confused, she'll say she's confused. She was confused about the vision regarding Miranda getting killed in the
I don't know, I
forest.
don't know, I don't know, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. So she was dead certain on this one. There was no confusion. And Jade too. She knew 100%. She was Miranda. She remembered everything that she and Jade were there in the beginning, that they tried to save the children and they keep coming back over and over again because they failed and because one of them was their child. I mean, come on. She knew. She knew exactly what was going on. There was no confusion. Like, oh, was this a dream? Was this a hallucination? Was this, you know, lingering energy from Miranda's spirit there? No, she was sure. So I believe it. Um, so Dieter dropped the cameo. Dieter dropped all these links in the chat. If you want a fun cameo from any of the cast members, they're amazing. I'm sure you've all seen my cameos multiple times by now, and so if you want to treat yourself or another From fan, those are always treasures. Mine are absolute treasures. I know that, and I'm sure everyone else feels the same way because they go the extra mile to make them so personal and awesome. Thanks, Dieter, for I don't know if he can even hear me, if he's able to listen, but thanks for posting my socials. I'm gonna try and the one that I'm the most active on is Twitter, unfortunately. Believe me, it's not by choice. I have plenty of issues with Twitter, but it's the most effective means of promoting anything. It's when you're an underdog, it's different if you are a big celebrity or a public figure. Well, then you could promote your stuff anywhere, no problem. But when you're an underdog like me with a new channel that's small, the way to amplify my voice and my reach to the max is Twitter. By far, it's Twitter is the winner because I all you have to do is put in the right hashtags and and if you're lucky, tag somebody who retweets you, somebody who has a lot of followers, and then boom, you've just maximized your reach exponentially. So I use that one more often than the others. Plus, it's more user friendly than the others. Instagram is not user friendly at all. It makes me nuts. But I'm gonna try to use it more, and Facebook too. I was for a while there with Instagram, but then I kind of got out of the habit. I am gonna be using them more. Um, Julie B. Deep
Also,
Dives land with Doc beside. They're truly grand. From's learning spree. Fun, fierce, and full of glee. Thank you, Dieter.
thank you, Data.
That's cute.
Also too with Twitter, if like in my case, like I like to use AI tools, but I don't want to give money to Sam Altman of ChatGPT and OpenAI. I worry that he's going to take over the world. I don't worry that Elon Musk is going to take over the world because people don't like him. So people aren't going to trust him, and people trust Sam Altman, or at least too many people seem to.
Dude, I've kind of
I
buried my
use the X tools. I use Grok.
okay. I've kind of buried my head in the sand out of necessity so that I can like survive this world. So I wasn't really sure what public sentiment was about Elon Musk. I do know that as the last I was aware of what was going on, he has an awfully big fan club over on Twitter where, like a bunch of people on Twitter just love the guy. But uh I would have to hope a lot of people can't stand him. Anyway, without getting too political, I can't stand that guy. But
Well, I think
yeah,
he's
I,
got some good qualities and some bad qualities, and
he's
yeah.
dangerous. He's he's extremely dangerous, and he's going to just help destroy the country. I'm sorry, I better stop it. Um,
Well, he's less dangerous now because he's kind of been pushed out of American politics a bit.
has he really? My head is completely in the
Yeah,
sand. I'm not even paying
yeah.
attention.
The president has kind of like pushed him aside, kind of, and his position was only a temporary one, and it's at its like expiration or it's coming to it.
Good, because he's been taking a machete to vital government programs, and it's horrifying. And I keep hearing terrible things about how people are being thrown off Medicaid, people who desperately need health care. And I was one of those people on Medicaid up until like the middle of last year, and then thankfully, just in time before this happened, I got on a different health plan, but I would have been absolutely screwed without it. And it's just devastating to hear about things like that. And it's awful. And he wanted to keep dismantling as much of the government as possible. A- Anyway, he's no business near any position of power as far as I'm concerned in government. I mean, look how he's running Twitter into the ground. He's out of his mind. You rename it X, you take away.
Oh my gosh, that was that was a terrible move.
I mean, come on. Like, a huge portion of the value of Twitter is its name. It's in the brand value. Any businessman should know that. That just shows that he's unstable in the head, that he's inept. There's something wrong with him. If you're a businessman who's that rich, and you have all of these business ventures, how do you not know how important? You know what I think it is, though? I think his narcissism got the better of him, his business practices, the narcissism of it. He figured,
Mm.
I can do whatever I want with it. I can rename it X and it won't change anything. It won't matter. It's because of it's that's what happens with narcissism and hubris. It's Icarus flying too close to the sun. It's that kind of thing. It's just an absolute moron. And there was a mass exodus. A lot of people left Twitter because of him, and Twitter really started to struggle immediately, like really bad. I don't know how it's doing now these days, but anyway, getting back on topic here. So
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he got a little too involved in politics. I think he just needs to focus more on technology and stay away from politics. Clearly, it's sabotaging his careers because yeah. Anyway, yeah, we're digressing.
And check the hubris, check the narcissism, because like obviously he's extremely intelligent, and it's just I think that's the narcissism is his Achilles heel, and then he makes ridiculous moves like changing Twitter to X. Anyway, so where are we now?
Let's see here. We're done? No. Avoiding overly wild speculation. Creativity is great, but don't let it run too wild. This falls into kind of like what we were already talking about. Limit guesswork. Don't pile on unproven assumptions. Each leap should have some basis in the show. Stay focused. Tackle one or two ideas deeply rather than explaining everything at once, which can get messy. Check plausibility. Ask, does this fit the show's world? If it's too far-fetched, scale it back. Tip, if your theory feels like a fan fiction, for example, it's all an alien simulation, tie it to concrete clues to keep it credible.
Yeah. Yeah,
I feel like the
definitely want
stay
to avoid
focused.
too much speculation. Go on.
I feel like the stay focused part is kind of like also really a really important tip for crafting a theory, because I can see how some theories can just go like really wild and then, or at least become not necessarily wild, but just become over encompassing and it take on pages and pages to read, um, when I feel like that time should have been devoted more to evidence backing up the core theories.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And um and piling on unproven assumptions, that's one of the biggest stumbling blocks I've seen in the From fandom. Um and when you're making too many logical leaps, you start with one little thread maybe from the show, and then you start taking leap after leap after leap from that. But rather than connecting multiple threads that you see within the show, there's a difference there. I see, like, for example, I came up with my own little like tinfoil theory, but I don't I'm not subscribed to my own theory. I just thought of it for fun on Jade's software company. You take one thread from the show, his software company that was a quantum computing company, purely based on imagination, is what he said. So you can take a lot of leaps from that. And so, I thought, well, okay, maybe his software didn't create the place, but the government is the government bought his technology and opened its own portal into this place to study it from their end, and hired Toby to drive Jade there so that Jade could try to figure out how it works and figure a way out from the inside, but without telling Jade because he wouldn't have agreed to it. So Jade is drugged, Toby drives him to town, and reasonably, yeah, you could imagine that the government could have some knowledge that these portals exist, or that people are disappearing because of like maybe they have sensors for unusual amounts of electromagnetic activity where a portal opens up, and they might have satellite footage of cars just vanishing into thin air. But all of that stuff, while some of it is like a reasonable thing to assume that maybe the government might be aware of strange disappearances and keeping a lid on it, we haven't seen any basis for all that stuff in the show. I got all of that just from that one thread. All of that stuff. And yes, I was also trying to explain why uh why Toby was targeted to be killed. Maybe he knew too much. He knew about how to make a portal to get in there. So the powers that be, had Sarah kill him. So I was also trying to explain that. And, you know, like, but that's too many logical leaps that I made. It's too many. It's too many that don't have enough basis within the show itself. Whereas if you look at the clues to reincarnation, you're connecting threads that are within the show, multiple threads, not just one, multiple. You've got clues that are like a trail of breadcrumbs that start in season 1. Tabitha finds the bracelet that her past self made in the storage room. You have her finding season 2, I think this was a clue, the dress in the cave in the suitcase where she says the wedding dress and she says, "What the fuck?" That was never explained, but it looked like she recognized it. Later, she recognized Victor's crayon holder and said, "I remember this." Um, her very maternal relationship with Victor, the ability to get him to open up. Season 3 kicked it into high gear with the um, finding the bracelet in Henry's glove compartment, and Miranda's favorite song was Blue. That's Tabitha's song with Jim. Tabitha had the dream where she was a little girl in Fromville. So all of these are breadcrumbs that you can connect. These are threads within the show you can connect. You don't have to make a bunch of logical leaps to come to that conclusion of reincarnation. But with the other theory I threw out there, it's just for fun, that's a whole lot of leaps. So it's less likely for that to be accurate. It's fun. Like, tinfoil theories are fun. Not saying don't make tinfoil theories. They're fun to, go down rabbit holes and imagine what could be the answer. And who knows, you might be right. Maybe they're just not putting a lot of obvious clues in, and there could be a tinfoil theory that's correct, but if you want
Oh
to
yeah.
try and get as accurate as you can with your predictions, then it's a good idea to focus on hard evidence within the show.
And also too, like crafting all-encompassing theories, like it's really impressive. It's just a lot to read at once sometimes.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it can be overwhelming and just a lot to process. When you get too deep in the weeds with spreadsheets and, stuff like that. We do deep dives on here, but we deep dive into what we see in the show, the evidence in the show, and trying to connect the puzzle pieces together. So, um, uh, hey, Lori, Real Cinema Therapy. She said, "I just watched Dream Warriors. It was really good." Yeah, we watched that last weekend. I saw it for the first time myself. I loved it. Young Patricia Arquette. Yeah, she was great. How does this movie relate to From? Just curious what you think. I've
Great
seen
question.
Tony and Phil compare it a lot. What talk?
I
What
said
was that?
great question.
Hmm. So Tony and Phil have brought that up a lot. So I was really curious to finally watch it. Um, the way that this place could be a nightmare realm or like a dream dimension where people's the things from people's nightmares or dreams could manifest into this place, into this real place, this very real place. So there could be elements like that. And Tony said something the other night when he was on here where he said something like the people in From, he thinks they might be able to have abilities to fight back, the way that they did in Dream Warriors. If they just have to figure out how, right? I think that's what he said. Um, what do you think, Doc?
Well, I think that the place, either the place or yeah, well, I'm pretty sure it's the place. It seems to have some sort of symbiotic relationship of some kind, or at least some kind of connection to people's subconscious that are there, as far as putting things together that are there, like the buildings and stuff. Um, a lot of stuff there seems to have been like almost like manifested out of people's trauma from their past um, in more ways than just like reincarnation.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so so yeah, I feel like there's some sort of like interaction with dreams. I think that it might be in a dream world. As far as dream warriors with like the dream powers, yeah, we see some of that with like with the visions, with the story walking, and I'm not sure how many people will be able to awaken powers, so to speak. But yeah, I don't know. I feel you might be Tony might be right though in that most of the characters, or at least some of the key characters, figure out ways to use what they're dealing with, or their interactions with everything to their advantage. Like, all right, so we got Boyd, who has all the weird spirits that he talks to that may or may not be helpful. We've got Jade with his visions of Christopher, um, which seem to more be terrifying than helpful most of the time. Um, we have Tabitha with her visions of her past selves. Um, we have, of course, story walking. Victor's just his memory is unreliable, but he knows a lot about the place, and he has things that are yet to be revealed. But he doesn't. I feel like his power is that a lot of horrors are being manifested from his own mind, or had been at some point.
Mm, yeah. Um, I mean, Boyd managed to the biggest example I could think of to point to is that Boyd managed to take control of a dream state by going back into it, figuring out how he could go back in voluntarily using that torch, going back to the dungeon dream state, freeing the
That's right.
people inside by smashing the music box. That's that's a way that he was able to fight back against that dream state and and take control. And I wonder if other people might be able to do it. It's possible. I definitely think it's possible that maybe it has to be Boyd or maybe other people could. I with Julie, it's different because what Julie's doing is not going into dream states. Well, she went into the dungeon. It's really confusing because what she did was different than like she went back in time into a dream state from the past when Boyd was still down in the well. So she was not only going into a dream state, she was going back in time. And she I wouldn't say she was able to necessarily change anything. I think she was mainly just completing an action that was already she already needed to complete. Um so it's a little different. With Boyd, he was just that was just a brand new action that he did when he went in and smashed the music box, which made a huge change. So it's
Also,
interesting. Like, yeah,
Sarah with initially she would just hear the voices and fell prey to them, but now she seems to be able to see through these entities and voices more clearly than anyone else there can. Like she was the first to point out that the boy in white is not actually a little boy in white, that he is something else that personifies himself as a little boy in white.
right. Yeah. Um, yeah, it's a good example too. Like, oh hey AA, nice to see you. Um, let's see. AA, I just dropped a Handmaid's Tale video. I still have to cover the rest of episode 9 in another video, but I had way too much to say on the Nick storyline, so I did a whole half-hour video just on that. Dropped it a few hours ago. The next video will come out within the next few days. And I also did a live where I broke down episode 9 of The Handmaid's Tale. If you missed it, you can see on the replay, I even put timestamps all through it for the different scenes and whatnot. Because I think that episode was a masterpiece and I needed to discuss it, so I just had to. I had to do it. I thought it was the best episode ever on The Handmaid's Tale. I know AA watches that, so anyway, next week maybe I'll do part of one of the lives I'll maybe devote to the finale of The Handmaid's Tale too. Since it's the last episode ever of the whole series. Martin said, "Can't wait to see who they are in From Sarah's voices." She refers to them as they. And Martin said they will be back soon. At first I thought Man in Yellow and Kimono Lady, but who else if not them? I actually believe that the they, quote unquote, were just the worms because he said we have to hurry, they'll be back soon when the music stops. When the music box stopped, this they entity was supposed to show up. But look at what happened. The music box stopped, and as soon as the music stopped, nobody came. The only thing that happened when the music stopped was all of a sudden the worms appeared in Martin's arm and he lost control of himself apparently, like, and scratched Boyd's arm and gave him the worms. So I think that it meant the worms. I really do. I'm convinced that it meant the worms because if it didn't, then I mean, I guess yeah, Martin could have been lying, but like nobody showed up. Nobody showed up when the music stopped. Only the worms. That's what happened immediately after the music stopped. That's why I think it was the worms. Is Man in Yellow even on the same team? I would say yes. I'd say he's probably like middle management over the monsters. Could be the big bad. I don't know, but I think on a higher level than the monsters since he can come out in the daytime. The monsters we know they're evil. The Man in Yellow, well, he seems pretty evil to me. I definitely think he'd be on the side of the the villain of the story, and so are the monsters. So probably on the same side. Unless you think there's more than one malevolent entity, which there could be. Yeah, Michael, that would be really interesting if we could see Tabitha and Jade commune with the ancestors after they do some kind of vision quest and get help from those who came before. Like get some help from some Norse ancestors and figure out how to make new talismans, maybe some rune enchanted weapons, etc. That would be cool. Um, is your video called Why Nick Sucks? Well, I didn't want to alienate the fan base, so I didn't call it that, and I pulled my punches a bit. I was gentle. I was gentle on the whole Nick thing, and I tried to be empathetic as best I could to the fans who are really upset about the death of that character, and um, you know, I understand why people feel that way, so I didn't I didn't trash him. I didn't trash him at all. But I did dive into why this death of Nick needed to happen and why how he failed to step up with what he should have done. Yeah, true, Julie, but now I'm picturing laughing cicadas because they were laughing at nobody finding Fatima. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point, like, they went back to the ruins and Sarah said, "They're laughing at you for bringing" she said wait, what did she say? What were her exact words? I think she said, "It's laughing at you." Eh, she said, "It's laughing at you for bringing it to town." So it's weird, it's like, okay, it's one entity, but it was in the form of multiple cicadas, but it's all working as one, I guess. Now you're picturing laughing cicadas. That's hilarious. That sounds like no, I'm sure Scarlett would enjoy that show. She likes whimsical giant bugs, so she would enjoy it. No, our dog isn't evil. Yeah, Scarlett, it's gonna be extremely difficult to see Doug as evil. Shit, I mean, it's gonna be weird seeing Doug as anything now that we know him so well and he's spent so much time with us as a friend. How trippy is it gonna be to watch this show, this very popular show, and see Doug on it now? It's gonna be super trippy.
I'm gonna
I've
love it.
never isn't that nuts?
It's gonna make it a lot more exciting.
Well, yeah.
I think, because I'm going to be rooting for him. It's like when I go to see boxing fights, or when I used to when I was with my dad, it would only be like, well, it'd be more interesting to me if I was like rooting for someone. If I wasn't rooting for someone, then it would be boring to watch. And so usually we would like pick someone that was a friend of my dad's that they were training, or I picked someone that I thought was hot.
Yeah. Well, this is it's pretty wild because 'cause I've never known anybody from, like, a popular show or movie or anything, so it's gonna be really weird. I mean, yeah, we've seen him on it already, we knew him that way first, but it was a 45-second scene. We know him a whole lot more from, you know, our our lives, so yeah, it's gotta be super trippy now seeing him on the show, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It's gonna be very difficult not to root for him, to root for the Team Evil. So, um,
And tying back to the Nightmare on Elm Street Dream Warriors and the dream powers, well, obviously too, like Victor's like the wizard. He knows all the mechanics. Well, he knows like a lot of the mechanics, how the supernatural stuff works there, with the trees, um, triggering memories, navigating tunnels, different things, communication with the boy and white. He's like their current like shaman wizard person. And I feel like Ethan is almost like like the wizard in training, the new wizard on the block. And will he become corrupted and become the man in yellow? Well, we're yet to find out. Um, and then with I'm realizing too, like music too there now with Jade has shown itself to be kind of like a dream power, so to speak.
yeah, yeah, um, I could see that, having some kind of dream power.
And maybe
Um,
Tilly with her intuition and the tarot cards.
yeah,
And then Elgin has his dream, which maybe some good will come out of his dream too yet. Because I feel
yeah,
like we still
it
haven't learned everything from it.
could be. Um,
Probably eventually Ellis with his paintings. You might find some clues in his paintings. And we already got, a revelation from Fatima. Um, and we're probably gonna, I think that we're probably gonna see a little bit more go on with that.
yeah, 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 I hope we revisit Elgin's dream because there just has to be more to it than what he remembered. He was terrified. He had a visceral reaction, throwing up. There's just yelling, bad things are gonna happen if I mean, come on. Then he remembers a little boy in white told him a nursery rhyme. There has to be more that he
Well,
hasn't remembered yet. He did say later that he saw the Brundles in his dream, but so maybe something really bad happens at the Brundles. He just doesn't know what yet. He just saw it and has an uneasy feeling about it, clearly.
and the pouring the hope into the roots of the trees. That's kind of like some sort of like manifesting into dream
Hmm.
or
Yeah,
manifesting. So it's kind of like a dream power.
definitely. Yeah. It
Sorry, I'm
is like a
starting to
dream
like
power.
sleep. Staying awake
Yeah,
right
it is.
now is my dream power.
Yeah. We can wrap this up soon. It's probably better for both of us we started really late. I know we
We got a
four
good
and a
crowd
half
right now,
hours
though.
isn't, huh?
We got a good crowd going right now, though.
I know, right? That's what makes it so hard. Like the longer the later we stream, the later slash earlier we stream, 'cause now it's early in the morning here. Um, the longer we go, the more people we get. It always happens this way. Those two times when I hit 100 people watching around dawn in the last couple months, I couldn't leave. I just couldn't leave when I had 100 over 100 people. I couldn't do it no matter how much I needed to. So it's weird. Yeah, I don't know. But it's weird because we've been on here 4.5 hours, and that's actually not that long for us. But we started really late, so it's after 5 in the morning. So we'll wrap it up soon. As much as I don't like to wrap it up with a big crowd, but we'll need to take care of ourselves, get some rest soon, but not yet. Um s- Martin says I'm gonna leave now. Take care, Fromily and Deep Divers. Thank you, Doc, and thank you, Julie. I hope you get a better sleep today and feel better for the watch party tonight. Thank you. I appreciate it. You're a sweetheart.
Good night, Martin.
Um, and says thank you, Scarlet and Dieter also. Yes. Thank you. Well, that's very nice to include. Make sure you include everybody. Very nice of you. So, um, yeah, you said something that I was gonna comment on oh yeah, pouring the kids pouring their hope into the roots, which made the bottle tree, and the bottle tree is like a faraway tree, like it's magic. It can bring people there. So it's like they this was their dream of one day somehow being freed from this prison, this like spiritual prison. So that does imply like a sort of dream power sort of thing, type of thing, because they were just human children when they did this. But um
Could the
yeah,
twist be
so
that
yeah, I can
whatever
definitely see
entity it
it.
was could, sorry, could the
No, no,
twist
no,
be
go
that
ahead.
whatever entity it was maybe wanted the children to do that, and maybe that allows it to escape or do something else, turn
Maybe.
people into
Yeah,
feed on. I don't
yeah, could be. Um, could be that, it also could let the evil entity out in some way, or bringing people there to feed on, like, so yeah, that's a good point.
I would love to see the evil get out and then get shoved back in. I just really want to see it get out and wreak some havoc on like the rest of the world a little bit, or at least maybe another town or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah, I'd rather
Sweatwalkers appear in Camden, Maine.
Yeah, for me, it would be better if it's even if it means the evil entity gets out, I'd rather that than have everyone else still trapped there and the cycle just continues. It's like, why were we watching the show all this time then, if we're right back where we started?
Well, maybe most of them escape, but the slow walkers and everything else escapes with them, and so it's kind of bittersweet in that way. Might also give a cliffhanger ending. Some people might like it, some people might not, but I would like it. I feel like it would give plenty of room for comic books, spin-offs, the imagination, whatnot.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Um, oh, Taryn. Hey, Taryn. Nice to see you.
Hi, Taryn.
You said still streaming. You guys are dedicated. Yes. Yes, we are. Thank you. We try to be. We can't really help ourselves. Julie, I was wondering if you have a blurry picture of the origin story in your mind. The way that I envision it, I think that it happened in the Puritan era, just based on the clues we saw with Miranda's pictures of Puritans that she painted and Jade's vision of the Puritan man. So, um, so I think it started since that's the oldest we've seen out of all of the oldest evidence we've seen, I would say, and the cabins with those cabins looked really, really old, the dirt floors. I would say it started in the Puritan era. Um, I don't think that they were already the original townsfolk. I don't think they were already trapped because just logically, I know some people think maybe somehow part of the bargain was for them to get out, and that's why they sacrificed the kids. But we were specifically told they sacrificed their children because it promised them they would live forever. Um, that's what we were told. And I so if we're to believe that, I just I don't logically understand the concept of wishing for immortality if you're trapped in a hellhole already. That's why I don't think they were trapped. I think it was a normal town originally, and they were not trapped, but they did sacrifice their children for immortality. At least a certain number of them did. Um, and maybe others were punished for not being able to stop it. I don't know. Obviously, Tabitha and Jade were punished for not being able to stop it from happening and failing. So they get reincarnated again and again,
Mm.
having to come back. But so I think that the kids, we were told that they poured their hope into the roots, and the roots became the symbol, um, the symbol formed in the roots, which created the bottle tree. We assume that they mean the bottle tree, of course. And that bottle tree represents the hope of the children. It's a portal to the outside world. So maybe that that was created as a way for them to ultimately be saved in the end. For the right, for some incarnation of Tabitha in the future to be able to complete her mission and free them in some manner, free their souls, whatever that may mean. Um, so yeah, and I also think that as part of the curse, this entity that gave the humans immortality by turning them into monsters, part of the curse was that this town was kind of sealed off from the rest of the world, isolated into a kind of pocket dimension that traps people, that pulls people in through all these generations to feed on their fear and trauma, pain. Um, People who it might consider prime targets to maybe repeat the same event again. Try and manipulate people into becoming so desperate that they think child sacrifice is necessary. Try to break people. Um, I mean, that's the way I see it. I don't know what the entity is that would have promised the immortality and had the power to grant it and create these monsters. It was Fatima referred to this as it. That's where I'm not sure where that comes from. Like, what is this it entity? Um, was it the man in yellow? Maybe. Would they already have revealed the big bad so early? I'm not sure. It's possible, or the man in yellow could have brokered the deal and it was turned into a sort of higher level monster. Um, so that's where I'm at with that. Um, Taryn said they're good. Oh, thank you. I'm currently tracking historical artifacts using words hidden in the creator interviews. Oh, nice. We were actually just talking about the interviews earlier. I'm not caught up. Like I didn't pay close enough attention to one of them, um, because I was in the chat too much, and so there was something I missed that somebody mentioned earlier, and I have to go back and rewatch it because those are really interesting interviews. We can definitely get, I think, our best clues from the interviews with the showrunners for sure. Um, let's see. Real said, I think Ethan and Victor hold the keys to unlocking the mystery. Real cinema. Yeah. I think they can definitely be key to figuring it out. Um, uh, Taryn said, do you think any real historical figures will feature? I think it's possible in season 4. I mean, I predict that Julie will be story walking to some cycles in the past, so we'll get to see a few past cycles starting in season 4, at least glimpses of them. Maybe not for long, but I think we will see cycles from the past. So it would be really interesting if we see a historical figure pop up there. What I think would be the most interesting, I think it'd be a really cool twist if oh, I have to grab my charger or my laptop's gonna die and kick me off. Um, if I think it would be really funny, really interesting if they took a historical figure who disappeared, like Amelia Earhart or something, and they put her in there. Like, guess what? We solved the mystery of what happened to poor Amelia Earhart. She was in Fromville back then. She flew her airplane right into Fromville, you know? That would be pretty
That'd
crazy,
be fun.
right? I mean, as far as
One
other historical figures, I don't know because like what would they have done? Go there and then find a way out but not tell anybody? That's where I'm not sure how it would work. What, Doc?
one thing I noticed though, well, I want to point out are the creepy totem pole things that they have. Um, those seem to suggest that they were dealing with a supernatural something there before the settlement. I mean, before like whatever happened that turned it into like a pocket dimension, or something into a pocket dimension. Not necessarily so, but I think it might be a hint that they were dealing with like weird stuff from the start.
Hmm. So, so like the original townspeople, you think were already maybe dealing with some weird phenomena?
Yeah, it might be inherent to wherever they settled in, or something that maybe got unleashed early on. But I think that they were dealing with supernatural like BS before they made that deal.
Yeah. Oh, good night, Scarlet. She said I'm gonna head out. I did 4
Good
lives
night,
this week and
Scarlett.
I'm beat.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
Scarlett, you should have gotten some sleep. You're at a con. You're gonna get con plague.
Yeah. Yeah, get some rest. Yeah, she said, see, Europeans are waking up to coffee with you. Yeah, including Taryn. Um, good night, Scarlet. Thanks for being here. She said it might have been a god or a spirit that told them they would get immortality. That's the only thing I can think of too. Like, what else would have the power? Some kind of a god or a spirit, like to actually be able to grant immortality. Yeah, red squid monster. Huh. Giant immortal forest spider in your dreams. Stephen King might show up in season 4. See, I feel like they missed their opportunity though. The perfect time for them to give us a Stephen King cameo was when Tabitha was in Camden, Maine. I was waiting for it. Hello, it's his precious Maine, and now we're not in Maine anymore. So unless they somehow, I doubt we're going to see Camden in season 4. But if they do happen to show it, then I could see that happening.
I feel like it was a missed opportunity too, because it could have been like maybe like a little bit of a way to promote The Institute, which is going to be coming out with Jack Bender directing.
Yeah.
And Jack Bender is one of the creators of Rum, for anyone who's joining in.
Yeah. Um, Taryn said, do you think we'll meet those involved in the Fort Pillow massacre? Maybe. I know there have been there have been some clues in the show that have been, like, I know you've connected those, Taryn, to the Fort Pillow massacre. I think it was you, or I don't know if it was you or
People
Real
died in a pillow
Enigmas
fight.
or both, but what did you say?
People died in a pillow fight.
Yeah, not quite. Um,
Your earth pillows are
yeah,
dangerous. I need to research these.
yes. Yeah, so maybe. Yeah, I think that could happen. I think what we could see, I think we would more likely than not, we would see it at the very least some anonymous historical people. I think we're definitely going to see past cycles through Julie's story walking. So we could see like Civil War soldiers fighting, and I think it could be low key funny if we get to see like an arrival of people who just stumble in there, and they're people back in history, and we see how they react to it. Um, it could be interesting. Or P.T.
Rip-
Barnum's Circus Freaks.
Oh yeah,
Maybe,
that'd be fun.
maybe. Yeah, that would certainly be interesting. That would be an interesting twist. I could see it. Um, yeah,
Julie's
maybe.
story walking, it makes season 4 have potential to be just phenomenal. I
Yes,
am so looking forward to season 4.
definitely. Yeah, it really opens up so many possibilities as a plot device. So I don't see it as a way of fixing anything, like in terms of fixing things through time travel. I see it as a storytelling plot device for them to give us windows into past cycles, which is brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. So, uh, let's see. Victor and Sarah made a somewhat blanket and pillow fort. Yes, they did. Yeah, essentially. Okay, good night again, Scarlet. Taryn said everyone would have to return to the real world with their memories removed at the end of the game, continuing their lives in history. Nobody truly dies in Fromland. Hmm. Oh, I see what you're saying. So that's how the historical figures would come into play. And so they they leave there, then they don't remember being there, and those historical figures just live the rest of their lives. Okay, with that angle, that would make sense. That could absolutely happen. Yeah. The only problem, the problem is that it takes away the stakes of in terms of the deaths. The deaths aren't final then. Then everyone's, at the end we'd find Abby and Kotri, Jim, they're all still alive out there in the world somewhere.
Yeah, I
Um,
wouldn't like that kind of ending.
yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people would hate finding that they're still alive and removing the emotional impact of those deaths. Personally, I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it. I really don't like seeing people die off on shows, even if it's a horror show. I don't like. So would I mind it? No, mainly because the show isn't really about the deaths. It's about the mystery, it's about the lore, it's about a quest that Tabitha and Jade are on. So it wouldn't be, for me, it wouldn't be the end of the world to find out nobody actually died. Although, if we're gonna go really far and say that, well, nobody died in the origin story either, and like there were no kids who were actually sacrificed and stuff, well, that would just be terrible because they'd waste so much of our time developing that lore with the sacrifice of the kids to just say, "Ooh, never mind, that's not what happened." I hope that wouldn't happen. Uh, Taryn said, in my opinion, 90% of the clues on the show directly connect to historical figures and events. Okay. And to resolve the clues, one must figure out how all of these historical figures and objects interrelate using contextual clues, and a narrative framework. For example, Fatima means Duluth. The only interesting thing about Duluth is its Leif Erikson Park and SIP replica. One must then resolve how Leif Erikson is involved in the origin story. Okay. Yeah, so it's like kind of following that trail of uh links in a chain, from there. I see what you're saying. Um
My
Chris
my curiosity
M's,
is my
yes.
curiosity is how that fits thematically um, with the show and what we know of John Griffin's methods of storytelling and types of stories he likes to tell.
Mm-hmm.
That was it.
So, Chris said they'll have a van or SUV knock King off his bike, and we see the van driving along and end up stopping in front of the fallen tree. That would be amazing. Yeah, I would love it. Um, yeah, so I highlighted that one. Um, let's see. Did we finish this section here already on the page?
I thought we had.
Yeah, I thought we did.
Yep.
Thought
Yeah,
we
we
did.
did.
Okay, cool.
We finally did it.
Yeah. So we
Feel
got
like we
through the mystery solving techniques, huh?
Yeah, I feel like we need to like give everyone a degree at the end of all of this.
Right.
Like before season 4 starts up, we're gonna need to like have like someone make out these like honorary degrees and people can print them out at home.
Yes. I think so, yeah. Loved it.
Does that mean that
That's
we
a
need to
great
give people
idea.
exams?
Yeah, maybe um maybe we should like yeah, do some exams at the end, like or test your knowledge kind of things, like as FROMacademy does imply tests, academies have tests. We could do like you know, like quiz night, trivia night, you know,
Well, we
and
totally
I love
should.
that idea.
Is
That would be
there like
fun.
is there a way to do that like easily without having to make like a million polls because and yeah, I don't know.
Maybe.
How have people
I
done that on the
know
streams?
I know people have done it. I just don't know how they did it. I've never actually participated in one, but I have heard of them happening. So I'll have to look into it. But I'm sure there might be a way to make it easy to do without having to do a bunch of polls. And the YouTube polls are really limiting in what you can do with the only thing that you can do for a trivia question, you have a limit of only 4 options. And that's just such a constraint. I don't like that. I like to have more flexibility in doing polls. So, I bet I could find some kind of website, maybe there's got to be some other way. I'll look into it. There's some kind of Q&A feature. I don't know what that is on YouTube. I have to look into what that even is. Um, so yeah, that would be fun to do something like that. I'd like to
Maybe
do
we could
some kind
have a
of
graduation.
yeah, we could have a graduation
That'd be
and
a lot of
from
fun.
academy. I love that idea. I love that idea to do a from academy degree. Yeah. Yeah, we could do like honorary from academy, like an diploma for everybody. That'd be great. Um so next week we're gonna do the nightmare creatures, aka the monsters, as our theme of the week. So if you have any theories that you would like us to discuss and credit you, if you can't attend, or you don't know how, when we're going to be able to we do long lives, obviously. And if you can't attend, or you can't attend all of it and you want to make sure that we discuss your theory, then you can drop it in the From Academy channel on my Discord, and we'll credit you and discuss your theory like we've done with Robert Saunders and a couple other people before, David Agile. Um, so yeah, uh, so yeah, if you have any theories on the monsters that you would like us to discuss next week,
And
uh, you can post about them in the Discord From Academy channel, and come join us if you're able to. I start around 11:30 p.m. Eastern, and then Doc joins at around 12:30 a.m. And that's when we launch into the official From Academy segment on Fridays. So
and just to clarify, I want I want to start with focusing on the nightmare creatures since they're the first ones we're introduced to. Um, and I know that that in and of itself can take up a long period of time on this channel when we do lives. So I think that we'll focus the first one on that. We can get into other types of monsters in the stream after that. And we'll go more in depth with the towns, the 3 towns that we've seen in From so far. We'll also be touching upon the towns, of course, as we're discussing the different monsters because it's kind of essential. But I think that it will make more sense to do a deeper dive afterwards about the towns. Do you think that sounds like a good plan, Julie?
I think that's a great plan. I love that. It's perfect.
Cool.
Sounds
Awesome.
good to me. I think that'll be fun. Yeah. So it sounds like a plan. And so that'll be next Friday. And if all goes according to plan, hopefully we can finally finish The Residents next Friday night. We've had to put that off for a few weeks because I've been too overwhelmed with covering too many shows at once. So because I don't just cover shows lightly. I do the deep dives. So hopefully next week, if I am able to get my content done for those last, you know, I'm going to be doing deep dives on the finales of The Handmaid's Tale and The Last of Us. So don't be surprised if I might have to push it out one more week till we finally finish covering The Residents, the last 2 episodes. We'll keep you posted on that. Um, it's a great murder mystery, and I really wanted to get it done way before this, but it's been a lot covering The Handmaid's Tale and The Last of Us, but they're wrapping up next week, both of them. And if you want to join the watch party for The Last of Us finale, that's Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll be streaming it in my Discord as soon as the episode drops. If people want to see it a second time, which usually happens, then I stream it again and we discuss it. Usually after we watch something else. It could be all kinds of random things. Sometimes we watch Chucky TV series episodes. Last Sunday we watched Lost. 'Cause I'm still watching that for the first time. So I'm sure we'll watch some other stuff. And I just released a Handmaid's Tale deep dive episode 9. It's focusing on Nick's story arc throughout the series leading up to his story arc in episode 9 and his demise and why I think it was necessary in the end. And that's the newest one. I will be putting out a deep dive on the rest of The Handmaid's Tale episode 9. It was mind-blowing. There was so much to discuss that I had no choice but to break it up. So I'm going to be getting to work on the next part, and I'll have that out as soon as I possibly can, hopefully by Sunday night. If it's at all possible. It's going to be tricky. Monday night is the finale, so I'm trying hard to get it done as soon as I can. And I think I got the hardest part out of the way because the Nick storyline is the most challenging to unpack, I think. And I got that done. So check that out. Share it with other, if you know someone who's a Handmaid's Tale fan, but you don't watch it, I'd appreciate you spreading the word. Not easy to get views as a new person covering a show, and I'm kind of playing catch up. I'm not able to get these out as quickly as I would like. So anyway, um, ideally, I wanted to do a few more Last of Us deep dives, but people don't really want content for that right now. There's a lot of outrage against the show, and since The Handmaid's Tale is in its final season and it's such a masterpiece, I decided to put my energy into that for now. I will do a deep dive on the end of The Last of Us season next week, though. But I don't see myself having time to be able to do one on the latest episode. I did a crazy long live stream on it, though, with timestamps. So if you want a deep dive on The Last of Us episode 6, I have a live stream with Tony Teflon as my special guest panelist, and we broke down the episode together. I put timestamps in for every major scene and every major point that we made. So I think that operates pretty well in lieu of a scripted deep dive, because then you don't have to watch. Lord knows most people don't have time to watch a live that was like 8 hours long, but you can skip around to the scenes that interest you that we discussed and the points that we made about the show. I put loads of timestamps in, so you can look at whatever interests you. So that's there. That's the replay of The Last of Us live I did on Tuesday for anyone who's interested in that, since I just don't see myself having time for a scripted video that's only going to get like 100 views anyway. And The Handmaid's Tale is my top priority right now. It's wrapping up a 6-season run. I got to do it justice. So anyway, that's gonna be my focus for the next couple days. Tonight we're doing a watch party for one of the Freddy movies. I was gonna do Freddy versus Jason, but now I'm leaning more toward Freddy, Nightmare on Elm Street 4. It'll definitely be a Freddy movie. If anyone's interested, that'll be at 10 p.m. Eastern in my Discord. And if you're not in there, you can join. The link to the Discord is in the description of the video. Again, then Sunday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, is The Last of Us finale watch party when it drops at 9. Monday night, instead of my Last of Us stream, I'm going to be doing a midnight watch party for the Handmaid's Tale series finale. Not just season, but series finale at midnight. The episode drops on Hulu at midnight, so if anyone's interested in that, that's Monday night. I will do my Last of Us finale live stream breakdown Tuesday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, and see if I can get some guest panelists to join, hopefully, at least one. And Wednesday night, we will do a From related live. If Doug Hughes is available, we'll do another story time with Doug. I'll keep you posted if so. And if not, then we'll just do a From Theory chat live Wednesday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. The following week, we will get finally back to the From Rewatch on Wednesdays every week from that point on. So that's pretty much it. And of course, FROMacademy next Friday again will be the monsters. That will be the nightmare creature theme starting at 12:30 a.m. But I'll start the live at 11:30 p.m. to get us going and just chat until Doc comes and joins us. So let's see. Let me just see what's in the chat before we sign off. Real Cinema says, do you think the 4th season will start with a flashback to the man in yellow arriving in From? He drives through and we see the motel and other stores and houses, people walking around like a regular town. That would be amazing, Lori. That's possible. I have an interesting idea. I have an interesting idea for what they could do. Now, it's out there, and I floated it on the live with Doug here, and he thought it was interesting too. And my idea is that maybe season 4 starts with a time jump to future Julie's time, which I'm predicting definitely. I believe that's what's going to happen. That part I believe for sure. That will skip forward. Now we're going to be in Julie's time. Future Julie comes back and says she wasn't able to save Jim, and we see what things are like now. Maybe it's a year in the future or something like that. Who knows? But every season we get a new arrival. That's a tradition. And I've been racking my brain trying to figure out how the hell the man in yellow is going to be incorporated into this new season. How? Like, I cannot for the life of me figure out where he fits and where he's going to pop up. And then I thought, imagine if he's he's the arrival, but not looking like we saw him, looking like our Doug, looking like a normal guy. He looks completely different as a normal guy than he does as the man in yellow. Maybe he glamours himself like the nightmare creatures do. Maybe, the nightmare creatures can glamour themselves to look like normal people. What if he can do it too? And he shows up in town pretending to be a new arrival, but we have this insidious threat lurking among them, and wouldn't that build up crazy suspense if that happened? Rather than, okay, he just shows up every once in a while to kill somebody. That would be not as interesting, So, just a
And
thought. Huh?
something I love about the Man in Yellow as a villain is that he fits in so much better as a villain in this setting than the ballerina did, and then even the cicadas kind of did, and definitely more than the dummy did, even though the dummy was kind of a red herring, at least as far as how it was presented initially.
Right. Yeah, he was a red herring in season 3 for sure. Um, Michael dropped some Michael dropped some theories that he has on the monsters. So let me go into my YouTube tab here and I'll save these. I'll save these in case, yeah, he says in case I'm not around next week. So let me see. I will, yeah, I'll save those and if you're not around next week, we'll definitely discuss. We'll discuss your theories, Michael. Of course, crediting you as always. See, throwing my hat in the ring. There's that one. Cool. Thanks for sharing, Michael. We love when people contribute to the conversation, contribute, add your own theories. Especially these FROMacademy streams, it's awesome to get engagement from you guys and hear your ideas and your theories. So yeah,
It's the
we
best part
will
of it to me, actually.
what was that?
It's the best part of it to me, actually, is the engagement, the ideas that people are presenting.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Um, so he said I still think the main monsters are similar to Inuit Kujira in terms of look, behavior, abilities, etc. And and if the red eyes of the monster tweet from MGM is in any way important. Yeah, that one always has given me the vibe that like that thing represents the big bad, but not really what it looks like, but what the symbolic big bad. As if that's a distinctive part of the who knows, maybe it is. Maybe it is really what it looks like though. As that's a distinctive part of the description of Ijirox, their eyes will always stay red no matter what they shapeshift into. Interesting stuff, Michael. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, well, we love hearing your theories and your best guesses. Because, I mean, let's face it, we don't get a lot of hard evidence in this show and really clear-cut clues. So, a lot of theories, as much as we're trying to help, with developing our mystery-solving techniques via these lives for the past 4 weeks, this was our fourth one. There's only so much you can do with a show as enigmatic as this. Yes, a lot of our theories are going to be based on some guesswork. There's no way around it. There aren't a lot of clear-cut clues. There's not a lot of hard evidence that's in our faces. It's deeply ambiguous, but there are clues to be found. There are. Some of them are not apparent until after a reveal, and then you start seeing clues that are so subtle you never would have noticed them or understood that it even meant anything until you saw the reveal. Like, for example, Tabitha and Jade, their reincarnation reveal, you go back and you see both of them got knocked unconscious shortly after first arriving in town, and they both looked dead. Well, at the time, no one would have ever thought that was a clue that they once died and came back there again and again. No one would have ever thought that. Why would you ever think that? But that's the nature of this show. Like there's some clues you can put together in real time. There were reincarnation clues you could put together, and that's why some people did. Eventually I decided I think that's what it is early in season 3, but because I put the clues together too. And but with a show like this, hey, we're going to be doing some guesswork. There's just no way around it, and I love to hear everybody's theories and guesses, including tinfoil theories. It's all fun. Thank you, Dieter. I appreciate you. He can't hear us. I'll just write it in the chat. Thank you, Dieter. Okay. So I already did my whole spiel. Sorry, what, Doc?
One thing I did think of, though, is that if they do introduce the man in yellow as like a character coming into Fromville and weaving himself in with everyone else, then there could be other characters that we already know that are already living among, the Fromvillians, or whatever you call them, the people of From, who are like the men in yellow in some aspects.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be a wild twist? I would love that. I for one would love it.
Because where
I
where does upper management reside?
Yeah, I would love it if there were some kind of mole after all, some kind of creature who we thought was a normal character. Maybe not one of the major characters, but somebody more in the background. Who knows? It's possible. You know, I- if the monsters can present themselves as human beings, who knows? These nightmare creatures, they don't have a choice. I mean, they wouldn't be able to do it because they have to sleep underground during the daytime. For some reason, those are the rules. But the man in yellow doesn't have those rules. He walks around in the daytime. So who's to say there isn't another entity like him? That's a great point. From villains or from villains. Yeah. You know,
Aliens versus from villains.
mm, you know, when when The Last of Us and The Handmaid's Tale finish up next week, after I finish making my final videos for those shows, I'm finally going to devote some time to making some prediction videos for season 4 because I've been developing predictions for months. I just haven't had time to do anything with them, and people's focus have is not on From as much right now anyway, and it still isn't, but I'd like to get it out there now. Just get my ideas out now, early. So I'm gonna get on that. I've already been saying them on the lives here, but uh, they're buried, so I need to actually put a video out. So anyway, already said my whole spiel with the schedule, so I won't drone on and repeat that again. But just that I do have the latest Handmaid's Tale episode 9 part 1 deep dive out now. That's my latest video. Part 2 I'm going to be getting to work on today and finishing as soon as I possibly can. Ideally Sunday, but Monday the latest. So, and if you have a moment, if you have a couple of minutes to just, even if you don't watch the show, to give the Handmaid's Tale videos a view, let it play for a few minutes. You don't even have to listen to it. You can mute it. Hit the like button. And another way you can help is throw an emoji or just say hi in the comment section. All of that stuff, even if you don't watch the show, it helps because it triggers the algorithm and it helps push the video out to people who do watch the show. So, and I really could use a boost in this last week covering the show because I think there's going to be a lot of backlash about the death of a beloved character. So, the more help I can get, the better in trying to push me out in the algorithm. So even if you don't watch it, that's a great way to support. Um, Technically 30 seconds counts as a view, but if you leave it playing for a few minutes, it's a lot better for the channel. It looks bad for the channel if I'm getting a lot of 30-second views. That's what Tony warned me about. So he said that could wind up hurting me. So yeah, you could have it playing in a tab in the background, just a few minutes on mute and then just close it and you know, minimal effort. If you just happen to see the notification pop up, that would be much appreciated. There's already a new one out right now, and another one in the next few days. So thank you, Michael. Appreciate you as always. Appreciate your support. Thank you for being
Yes, thank
here.
you.
Another
And thank you in advance too for the submissions.
yes, thank you. And hey, hey there, noob gamer. I love the show, but I hate the name. I wish they had a little more creative name. Yeah, we were talking earlier about how we hate vague titles of this trend of vague show and movie titles that we've seen in recent years, like us, them, they, see as in SEE, you as in YOU, you know, on and on and on. Like and then from, like it makes it hard to find content. It's too vague. I agree with you. In certain countries, from is called origins, and I think that would have been a lot better. But oh well. It did lend itself to some great fan names like the Fromelia, the Fromely, the Fromaholics. So there's that anyway. It's kind of hard to come up with a fan name for Severance. Let's see. Lost, Evil, Dark, Severance, Silo. Hmm. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I need to go take care of myself and yeah, prepare for my next video already. I finished one and I have to get right back to work on another one. Thank you once again, Doc, for all of your hard work preparing all this awesome stuff for us to dive into. Another great
Also,
conversation.
there's a TV series called The.
No way.
2024. It's ongoing.
You actually found one? Oh my God. What the
And then there
hell?
are 4 short films called The.
Oh my God. I thought that would be the limit. Like that would be the worst thing you could do because literally it would wind up being one of those comedy routines like, premiering this fall. The what? No, the what? I mean, you could on and on and on. Oh, Jesus Christ. What
I
is
was trying to
behind this trend?
I was trying to think of like the worst thing to name something for like trying to look it up, and that was what I could think of. And sure enough,
Yeah, that's terrible. I mean, and it just goes to show how bad of a title it is because when I Googled it earlier, I couldn't find anything. Just try finding content or information on that. It's idiotic. It's stupid.
I looked on IMDb and I selected for exact matches.
Yeah, yeah, because you can't find it by Googling something like that. So anyone who names their movie or show something like that is stupid in terms of marketing. It's just ridiculous. Oh, I thought I was joking. Um, thanks, Real Cinema. Um, I've got to get my theories out there. I've got a bunch of predictions and theories for season 4. So after next week, I'll finally have time to get to work on that. And there aren't a lot of people doing it. I don't see other people really making a lot of theories. I do see Parkland Media is still doing theories on From, which is amazing. He keeps churning out theories year round. He's awesome. But a lot of people don't put out theory videos year round. People theory craft year round like we do in our live streams and in the discords. But a lot of content creators don't make theories and put them out year round because they're not going to get as many views. But Parkland Media is doing it like a champ, and I'm going to get back on it myself. Not all the time, of course, because I've got to focus more on some current shows and of course still doing our From live streams. But yeah, I'm gonna get back on it, get some videos out. So thank you again to Doc. Thank you to the awesome chat for another great conversation. Scarlet
Thank you, Julie.
earlier. My pleasure. It's always a pleasure. Always have such a great time hanging out with you and getting into some fun conversations. It's always a blast. I really look forward to these. So so I hope everybody has a good weekend and a good day or good night today. And Doc, were you gonna say something? Saw you unmuting.
Nope. Thank you, everyone. Have a great long weekend if you have a long weekend, or have a great weekend. And this was wonderful. Thank you, Scarlett and Dieter, as always.
Yes. Link to what channel? SL Roads. What channel? The which channel do you mean? Just let me know. Well, with the theory. Oh, well. Oh, you mean Parkland Media, which I was just talking about? Um, hold on. Parkland Media, he puts out theories year round. Let me see. I saw he was still doing it. I went over to his channel because he popped into my chat recently, and because I mean, it's not that I wouldn't go anyway. I just don't have the time to follow other people's channels as much as I would like. And so I went over and I looked, and I was so surprised to see he's still doing theory videos year round. So yeah, he just did one 2 weeks ago. Julie Needs to Return to the Future, where she and Boyd met Martin, and I can't read the rest of the title. It's a long one. Can't see what it is, but yeah, that's oh yeah, there we go. Thanks, Michael. Yep, and stay tuned for my theories and predictions on From season 4. Not this next week. I won't be able to, but once Handmaid's Tale and Last of Us finish next week, I'll be able to start making my own prediction videos and theory videos on From, because I've got a bunch. I've got a bunch that have been kind of marinating for the last few months. So, anyway, have a great day or a great night, everybody. I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna close this out by playing a few cameos. And of course, the outro video that Mr. Grant Gregory AI was so
Yes.
kind to create. Yes. And I'm gonna finish up with that one. So I will let's see, Dieter posted a few things here. He's got a bunch of things. Um, okay, well he's got the roast of Dieter, which was pretty funny. He's got my birthday one from Doug, the cameo compilation, and then my video. My intro slash outro from Grant. So cameos first, and I'll do the well, you know what? Maybe I'll do the video first because a lot of people have already seen the cameos and might need to just head out. But the video is newer. So I'll start with
I
the
agree.
I'll start with the video and I'll end with the cameos. So this will be my sign off for today. Thanks, SL. Appreciate you. Thanks for your support so much. I can't tell you how much fun I had making From theory videos. And I miss doing it, and I'm really looking forward to having time to get back into it. Even though they won't get as much attention in the off season, I'm just looking forward to doing it again. I enjoy making videos for other shows, but the From ones are my favorite. I'm not gonna lie. I love making From videos, especially if they're theory videos. Good day, Carla. Good day. Not me just rocket up at the end of a stream. Well, Carla, we do have a little entertaining thing you might find amusing that I'm about to play. Uh, it's an amazing AI intro slash outro video that my friend Mr. Grant Gregory made for me using the characters on From rapping a theme song for the channel. And I had nothing to do with it. He created this on his own. It's amazing. So, so yeah, you might get a kick out of it. Always lovely to see you, Carla. It was fun hanging out in Tony's live stream last night. I was so happy I finally caught his live. I missed the last few. I love Tony's lives. He's the best. Such a great guy, and I had so much fun with him when he joined my panel this week. It was a blast. He made my night. 4.5 hours on here, rocking it with me till 5:30 in the morning on The Last of Us, breaking the whole thing down with me. Wow, that was so much fun. Tony is the best. Anyway, because he doesn't do that. To be willing to do that for me, wow. He does not stay up all night and he does not stream for 4.5 hours. So that was nuts. So yeah. Shout out to Tony Teflon. And yeah, anyway, everybody subscribe to Doc Kaiju Labs, our friend here. At the moment, he's not doing content, but I'm sure he will be eventually. So definitely make sure you're subscribed so when he does content, you can be aware of it. And I have his channel linked in the description of this video. If you're listening on the replay, you can find Doc's channel right there. I'll pin it to a comment too. So check out his channel. He's going to be doing a podcast soon. on From as well, which will be a separate channel, and we'll keep you posted when that gets launched too. So, Carla, oh, you missed that one too. Check it out. Check out the replay. I timestamped it to make it easy. So I timestamped it. Like, if you go to the replay, it's a very long live. I know most people don't have time for a freaking 8-hour live, but if you go to the replay and you look at the comment section, in the top comment, I pinned it. I timestamped everything. So every topic Tony and I discussed, every major topic and every scene in The Last of Us, I timestamped, including a section where once we finished breaking down the episode, Tony talked all about his past as a rapper, and all his fun experiences, all his really interesting meetups with famous rappers, and how close he came to hitting it big, and he even played 2 of his rap songs for us, which was really a treat. Wow, that was cool. That I was honored that he treated us to so much, that he opened up, a personal part of his life to us, and he got very personal with what he shared. And I feel honored that he felt comfortable enough with me as a friend to come and hang with us and share like that and open up. It was just so awesome. And so, yeah, if you want to, I have even that stuff timestamped. I have like Tony's hip hop stories, or whatever it was I called it, as a timestamp, so you can find that too, and his rap songs. All of it has timestamps you'll see it in the pinned comment at the top of the comment section it was the Wednesday night live from this week, from what was it? No, not Wednesday, sorry. Tuesday. The Last of Us, and I changed the title so it's easy for people to find the Tony one. I put Tony's avatar on the thumbnail. I didn't know he was going to join. It was a surprise. So once the live was over, I updated the thumbnail. I put his avatar on there, and I put his name in the title as a special guest so people could find that live easily. That was Tuesday's Last of Us live from this week. So, nice. Good. Oh, good. Subscribe to Doc. Awesome. SL Rhodes and Carla. Nice. Thanks for supporting our buddy Doc here. He's awesome. So, with that, I am going to sign off, and
Thank you.
stick around if you want to check out this amusing and awesome video that Grant made for us as an intro/outro. And have a great weekend, everybody. And you too, Doc.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects, pulls threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we rarely frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted The Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Finning discord in the courtrooms, lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
Don't dive like like us. They don't vibe like us. They skim the edge. We inside that crust. They zone out, we zone into pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us. Nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey there, Data. Miniman in Yellow here. So, I heard a rumor that you wanted to get roasted. Well, wrap yourself in tinfoil, buddy, 'cause here it comes. So, you're from Belgium, right? I remember seeing a movie once that was set in Belgium. What was it called? In Bruges. Yeah, that was it, with Colin Farrell and Brendan Gleeson. And the first line of the movie was, Bruges is a shithole? And I remember thinking, copy that. I mean, look at the place. The buildings are so old, they probably got cave paintings in the basement. I mean, would it kill you guys to build a skyscraper or two? Maybe some apartment buildings? You know, join the 21st century? Sheesh. And speaking of Belgians, I remember seeing this episode of Monty Python once where they did this skit about a game show called Prejudice. And that week's episode, they were trying to come up with a new derogatory term for the Belgians. And one dude suggested, let's not call them anything, let's just ignore them. And the second guy, the runner-up, came up with the Flems, which personally I thought was genius. But the hands-down winner was miserable fat Belgian bastards. But, listen, buddy, I gotta ask you about something. You and Julie B, you know, from JulieBDeepDives, what is going on there? Oh, she's so beautiful. Oh, I adore her so much. Dude, you're a family man. Get a grip. I mean, you live on the other side of the freaking Atlantic, for God's sake. Let it go. But you know, I'm a romantic soul, and I gotta say, this unrequited love of yours has inspired me. I've written a poem about you. Do you want to hear it? Of course you do. Okay, here it goes. This crazy-ass Belgian named Dieter fell in love with a content creator. But he felt so afraid that the dude never paid for a flight to the U.S. to meet her. What a pussy! But seriously, dude, I gotta tell you, I really appreciate everything you've done for Julie B. And I know she does too. Your support has just been amazing. You were there for her all the time. You are a rock, my friend. And I just want you to know it hasn't gone unappreciated. So, how's that? You feel sufficiently roasted? You know, crunchy and brown on the outside and pink and squishy on the inside? Take care, my friend. I'm sure I'll see you soon. Bye for now.
Happy birthday, darling. Hope it's one for the books.
Julie, it's me. It's David Alpay. And this cameo, by the way, and I got to get this out of the way first before I completely fuck this up. This cameo is from Ryan and Samuel and Tabitha and Doc Kaiju, Kelly, and Dieter. Lovely, lovely Dieter. We love Dieter. I love Dieter. Dieter's the best. But not as good as you, because you're fucking amazing. Julie B, thank you for your podcast. Thank you for spreading the word about From and having such insightful commentary about the show. I swear to God, I think you probably think about the show on a level that exceeds anybody else talking about the show. You're so insightful, and I love it. I'm not even joking right now. I think it's really, really great because we work so hard to make the show. The writers, the directors, the actors, me specifically, work so damn hard. I just want the show to be as amazing as possible and layered and intricate, and you know, I want it to trigger thoughts. I want the audience to meet us halfway and to engage with us interactively as much as possible in a television show, right? So you're doing it, and I love it, and I'm so grateful. So fucking awesome. Dieter told me to make fun of your legs. I'm not going to do that because I'm not rude like Sean Majumdar. I would never tell you to chop off your legs and go on skis because A, that's totally impractical. It's not like there's snow everywhere in the world. I don't know where you live. Probably not, you know, the Arctic Circle. If anything, I would say roller skates. It's much more efficient. You get places a lot faster, and you can, like, if you were on the asphalt, like over here, you'd be fucked on skis. But skates, boom, roller skates. You're everywhere. You're up there before I can even say, hey, there goes Julie B. Deep Dives. Right? Listen, so sorry about the pain in your legs. That's terrible. I know what that can be like. But don't chop off your legs. No matter what your friends tell you, don't do it. It's not a good idea. The risk of infection is far too high. And then, you know, how sure can you be that the saw is going to be clean? You can wash it, but by the time you dry it and all that stuff, it's not a good idea. Don't do it. Save your legs. Justice for Julie B's legs is what I'm talking about. That's about it. I could keep babbling on, but this video has gone into the realm of the absurd in a way that even I wasn't anticipating, and I anticipate everything. So from my heart to you, I wish I was there to cuddle your legs and to make them feel better, but I am not. So that's a job for Dieter. You're gonna have to get him to do it. He told me that he's buying the first plane ticket out to see you and your legs. So have a fabulous birthday. I literally forgot the reason for this video, but I'm remembering it now. Julie, happy birthday. You're turning 37. Congratulations. I remember 37 as if it was 8 years ago, because it was. Time flies, honey, but 37 is an excellent year. Make it a good one. Reach for the things that you've been too shy to reach for. Do the things that you've been putting off. You will feel amazing. You will feel an incredible sense of accomplishment, and your year will be spectacular. 37, you're at such a young age. If the world's your oyster, anything's possible. Go and do it and have an amazing year. Have a great birthday. Surround yourself with the best people. Eat lots of dessert. Have some cake. Choice is yours. I would recommend Black Forest cake. That's a very good birthday cake. Also, Baskin Robbins Jamocha almond fudge, always a winner. Unless you're lactose intolerant, like me, but then truly, I mean, that's a problem for other people, isn't it? Lactose intolerance. You know what I mean? All right, that's it for me. Sweetie, happy birthday. Congratulations. You are surrounded by people who love you. Well, look at that list of names. I'm going to read them again so that we can all enjoy them. Ryan, Samuel, Tabitha, Doc Kaiju, I hope I'm saying that right. Doc Kaiju, Kelly, and Dieter. They adore you, and so do I. Julie, keep doing what you're doing, because you're doing it great, and I, for one, absolutely love it. Happy birthday, kid. Bye. Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi, JulieBDeepDives. It is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey Julie.
Hi, Julie B. Julie B. Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with JulieBDeepDives.
Julie B. My child, it is I, Father Khatri. But Julie B., I understand you are rocking it on the old YouTubes, and I appreciate you. We, as a Fromily, appreciate you like you wouldn't believe. And we are so thankful for everything you do and all the love and energy that you put out there into the universe.
Hey, Julie B. The man in yellow here, along with his alter ego, the mini MIY. We just wanted to let you know that you're in our thoughts.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs, there's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's deeper dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4.
Father Khatri thanks you for watching. Sean Majumder, the actor, who couldn't be here right now. But he wanted to let you know he's very thankful. And I hope you feel better. I know you will. Keep your chin up. And I wish you all the best. Take care. Season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. Be well.
Listen, kiddo. Like the man said, we're here for you. 24/7. Anything you need, you just get on the blower. And hey, don't take any crap. Anybody gives you any grief, you just tell them. They're going to have to answer to this guy. Couldn't have said it better myself. Take care, sweetheart. We'll talk soon. See you later.
Don't stream and drive.
Hey Julie, I hear you have a YouTube channel called JulieBDeepDives, and your pal Dieter reached out to me to tell you to keep on going. Yo, I know it's hard, and even when you feel like you're trapped in a nightmare land and there's just crisis after crisis, there's always something to learn from it. I mean, at least that's what I keep telling Christy, but we'll see what happens. Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Hello, this is Mark Geller, Keir Egan on Severance, and you're listening to Julie B. Deep Dives.